And I'm going to start letting folks into the room just so we can have them trickle in and we can get started on time. So Debbie, you are now spotlit and we're ready to go.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining promptly or even a little bit early. We'll get started in just a couple of minutes. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining today's topical workshop on advancing 30 by 30 and protecting biodiversity. We still have some folks joining, so we're going to wait about 2 minutes and then we'll get started at about 3:02. Thanks for joining on time. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining today's topical workshop on advancing 30 by 30 and protecting biodiversity. We'll get started in just about a minute as we wait for more participants to join. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome everyone to our third topical workshop related to advancing 30 by 30. Today's workshop focuses on advancing 30 by 30 and protecting biodiversity, and it'll feature an advisory panel presentation followed by a public input opportunity. We really appreciate all of you joining us today. My name is Debbie Schechter, and I'll be facilitating today's topical workshop. We'd like to start with some housekeeping items. First, we want to let you know the workshop will be recorded for further viewing and will be posted on the California Natural Resources Agency's website of californianature.ca.gov, and also it's streaming live on the CNRA's YouTube page. The meeting is being interpreted in Spanish. In order to access the audio channel for Spanish, you'll need to click the interpretation button at the bottom of your screen, which is the globe icon in the Zoom taskbar. and the button will appear after we finish with these instructions. We're going to repeat the instructions in Spanish, and then after that, you'll be able to join the Spanish language audio channel. I'd like to ask our interpreter, Victor Hernandez, to repeat the instructions in Spanish.
Thank you, Debbie. Muy buenas tardes a todos ustedes. Gracias por acompañarnos esta tarde en la reunión. Le queremos dejar saber a todos que esta reunión será interpretada en español. Para poder acceder al canal de audio en español, usted tendrá que hacer clic en el botón de interpretación, que es un icono del globo o un icono de un mundo que aparecerá en su barra de tareas en esta plataforma de Zoom. El botón aparecerá después de las instrucciones que se den ahorita. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Now we invite you to join the audio interpretation channel. Please click the interpretation button, which is, as I mentioned, the globe icon in the Zoom taskbar. Closed captioning is also available. If you'd like to use it, you may click on the closed caption icon in the Zoom taskbar, and you can view subtitles or the live transcript. Participants will be muted and off camera during the webinar until the public input portion of the workshop. If you need technical assistance, please use the chat feature on the Zoom taskbar, which is only being used for technical assistance today. If you're on the phone, you can dial *9. You also can raise your hand to signal to our technical support folks that you need technical support. We'll also share relevant links through the chat feature. During the panel presentation, we invite you to use the Q&A function to send in typed questions for the panel. We will have a little bit of time for the panel to address a few clarifying questions. For example, things that the panel said that you didn't understand or that you'd like more information about at the end of their presentation. We have a lot of people here today. We really appreciate that, and we want to make this workshop as productive as possible for all of you. So as we move through the workshop, we ask you to follow some guidelines. Please be respectful to each other and to the workshop agenda and objectives. Threatening, profane, or other inappropriate language is not allowed, and disruptive participants will be removed from the workshop. We invite your cooperation in making sure that this meeting is productive for everyone. And now I'd like to introduce Geneva Thompson, the Assistant Secretary for Tribal Affairs for CNRA, who will lead us in a tribal acknowledgement.
Thank you. And OCO, my name is Geneva E.B. Thompson, citizen of the Cherokee Nation and Assistant Secretary for Tribal Affairs for the California Natural Resources Agency. We take this time to acknowledge California Native American tribes and people before we move forward in our discussion of advancing 30 by 30 and protecting biodiversity. The lands and waters of California are the ancestral lands and waters of over 100 California Native American tribes that contains significant cultural and ecological heritage and importance. The history of California is rich in heritage, culture, and tradition. This history is also fraught with historical wrongs tolerated, encouraged, subsidized, and committed by state actors against California Native Americans. Despite these instances of violence, maltreatment, and neglect, California Native Americans have persisted, carried on cultural and linguistic traditions, and stewarded and protected this land. Acknowledging this place as the home of California Native American peoples since time immemorial is just a small step we can take in the spirit of truth and healing. We have a lot more work to do to implement meaningful reparative change, and I encourage each of you as you engage in this workshop and as you go out into the world to evaluate California Native American governments, communities, peoples, and priorities into your work. Wado.
Thanks very much, Geneva. I have a few introductions I'd like to make. Facilitating the public input portion of the workshop with me is Cece Vu, my co-facilitator. And joining us today from the California Natural Resources Agency are Jennifer Norris, the Deputy Secretary for Biodiversity and Habitat, and Mark Gold, the Deputy Secretary for Oceans and Coastal Policy and Director of the Ocean Protection Council. Today's workshop, Advancing 30 by 30 and Protecting Biodiversity, will explore opportunities for the state to protect and maintain its unique biodiversity through conservation of lands and coastal waters. We'll present advisory panel findings and recommendations, and we'll hear from you about your priorities for protecting and conserving biodiversity. We've inserted a link in the chat to an agenda that you can follow for today's workshop. It will be there shortly. And so here's today's agenda. We'll hear a brief update related to the Pathways to 30 by 30 document. We'll receive a presentation from the advisory panel, followed by a brief Q&A. After that, we'll take a short break, and then we'll begin hearing public input from pre-registered participants. So now I'd like to turn it over to Jennifer Norris.
Thanks, Debbie. And thank you all for being here. We really appreciate it. I'm going to just take a minute and provide a little bit of background in case you haven't been to all of our other engagements and public meetings. So a little bit of background on the governor's executive order that set this engagement process in motion. In October 2020, Governor Newsom signed Executive Order N8220, enlisting California's vast network of natural and working lands, including our forests, rangelands, farms, wetlands, coasts, deserts, and urban green spaces in the fight against climate change, and also elevating biodiversity protection as a state priority. Through this executive order, the state committed to the goal of conserving 30% of California's lands and coastal waters by 2030. The California Natural Resources Agency is developing a Pathways to 30 by 30 document, which will identify strategies to achieve these results. So as one of the world's 36 biodiversity hotspots, California and its high concentration of unique species are experiencing unprecedented threats. The executive order underscores California's commitment to proactively protecting species in decline and leveraging actions from the environment to protect biodiversity and reduce the harmful effects of climate change. So our goal is to conserve 30% of our lands and coastal waters by 2030. And we want to do so in a manner that protects our biodiversity, combats climate change, increases access to nature, while safeguarding our economic sustainability and protecting our food supply. By February 2022, we will deliver our Pathways to 30 by 30 document, which will identify challenges, opportunities, and strategies to achieve 30 by 30. This document is intended to set us on the path to successful implementation. We are also developing what we call the CA Nature GIS, a geospatial information system being designed in partnership with Esri, which will be a publicly accessible suite of interactive mapping and visualization tools. CA Nature will bring together biodiversity, climate, and access data into one publicly accessible shared platform. And this will be a tool we can all use to identify places across California where we have the opportunity to achieve our biodiversity, climate, and equity goals. We are hard at work on the Pathways document and CA Nature, but I can't emphasize enough the importance of public participation. It is truly key to the development of our work and our success. So we can't do this without your input and expertise. Debbie's going to talk a bit more about opportunities to be engaged in this important work. Thank you again for being here today. I'm really looking forward to the panel presentation and from hearing from you. Now back to Debbie.
Thanks, Jen. Today's workshop builds on several previous public engagement milestones, including formal consultation with California Native American tribes and continued tribal engagement activities. Also, ongoing engagement with priority communities and stakeholders. We held 9 regional workshops engaging 2,500 stakeholders across California, and we're holding several topical workshops to address key topics and questions and gather your input. We're looking for specific ideas on the types of programs that should be included and expanded on, and referrals to any organizations doing relevant work to propel us closer to the goals for 30 by 30. We want to hear from as many participants as possible. If you don't get a chance to speak today, or you want to provide additional input, you can send an email to californianature@resources.ca.gov. You can send in regular mail, or you can leave a voicemail message at 1-800-417-0668. We also are requesting that you consider how you would address the questions posed to today's advisory panelists and provide your input within 1 week of each topical workshop. Now I'll hand it over to Mark Gold for an overview of the topical advisory panels.
Thanks, Debbie. We all realize that 90 seconds to speak about any of these topics just is not enough. We also know that a lot of people want to weigh in out loud, so we're doing our best to accommodate as many people as possible. But please do take advantage of the opportunity to share more substantive comments in writing. We really need them. And no, we really hope we can work together towards an in-person discussion someday soon. And none of us could have foreseen how this has been going the last few months. In the meantime, we hope you'll continue to meet us here in Zoom and make this as good as it can be. The purpose of these topical advisory panels is to address key topics and questions to support the development of the Pathways to 30 by 30 document and the CAA Nature Geographic Information System. Workshops held earlier in the summer also informed the development of the Climate Smart Land Strategy, which will be released in coming weeks. Each advisory panel will produce a summary document that gives context to their topic areas, offers technical or other insights, and provides key recommendations. We know we could have chosen so many different people to serve on these panels, and there's tremendous expertise across the state on conservation-related issues. So we're also asking the public to provide their perspectives and insights on the topics and key questions being asked of this panel. As a reminder, the topics are climate action. On June 8th, we heard from the panel and public on opportunities to address climate change and how to best deliver on the state's goal to achieve carbon neutrality and build climate resilience. Equity. On June 15th, we explored opportunities for the state to advance and promote equity and access through its conservation and climate smart land strategies. Biodiversity. Today, we'll discuss how to protect biodiversity through conservation. And finally, we'll hold 2 workshops to talk about what we mean when we say conserve lands or conserve coastal waters, how we're defining these terms, and what counts towards the 30 by 30 target. We often get asked how the members were selected to be on each panel. We invited the participation of credible, highly respected independent individuals with experience or expertise in the relevant topic to serve on these advisory panels. We also selected them to represent a diversity of perspectives, backgrounds, and experience, including geographies. We sought academic and research experience wherever possible, but also practitioners with on-the-ground expertise. Critically important, we look for panelists who could represent a broad array of issues in their field, not advocates for a particular position or point of view. We did not try to set up disagreements between stakeholders, so you don't see a lot of stakeholder representation, and biodiversity is a great example of that. But we really want synthesis of the topic and discussions on conservation. Additionally, we chose the panel's moderators based on their ability to foster a broad, inclusive dialogue that welcomes diverse views. And of course, their expertise was important as well. So hopefully everybody's had the chance to look at the biodiversity summary document. Last week, it was the summary document for advancing 30 by 30 and protecting biodiversity was released. The advisory panel and you, the public, have been asked to address several questions related to 1, criteria and metrics for protecting biodiversity, 2, data and information needs, 3, effective conservation measures and opportunities for protecting biodiversity in secondary protected areas, and 4th, best practices and lessons learned. The specific questions can be found on the project website, which is being linked in the chat. Using the questions and their expertise, the advisory panel collaborated to distill current knowledge available on protecting biodiversity, also to highlight gaps and needs, and to develop recommendations to inform the state's commitment to conserve 30% of California's lands and coastal waters by 2030, and to enlist California's vast networks of natural and working lands in the fight against climate change. In a moment, we'll hear from the panel members themselves on these topics as they share their findings with us. You're likely to hear many things you agree with. It's equally likely you will hear some things that you disagree with. This is expected and welcomed. We are interested in hearing from the public on how you would address and answer these very same questions. Please provide your input to us on this topic as soon as possible. So now I'll introduce the Biodiversity Advisory Panel. Please join me in welcoming all of them. Our moderator is Lori Bedesten-Varga. She's the president and director of the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles County, and she's just been an absolutely amazing leader on community science and biodiversity in the greater Los Angeles area. The panelists include Mary Adolzeta. She's a co-lead Intertribal Indigenous Stewardship Project. We also have Professor Rachel Bay, who's at the Department of Evolution and Ecology at UC Davis. She does a lot of work on climate impacts on biodiversity, both birds and marine life. And then we have Professor Tom Gillespie, who's a professor of geography with the Institute of the Environment and Sustainability at UCLA. He created the LA County Biodiversity Atlas recently. And we have Bernie Tershi, the adjunct professor with the Conservation Lab at UC Santa Cruz and the co-founder of Freshwater Life. It's a pretty amazing panel, and I'm really grateful to all of them for the time and effort they put into putting together the white paper that you've had a chance to look at. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Lori to lead the panel discussion.
Thank you, Mark, and hi, everyone. First, I want to thank my colleagues on the panel for taking on this task and for our robust conversations around the topic at hand, advancing 30 by 30 and protecting biodiversity. We want to reaffirm what Mark just said. There's considerable expertise across the state around the questions we were asked to address in our brief overview document. And there are many thoughtful ideas around metrics and strategies the state should use in designing the 30 by 30 initiative. What is obvious to all of us, but certainly deserves greater understanding in the public arena, is the significance of biodiversity to the health of our planet, including our air, water, and food. And biodiversity loss impacts all species, including humans. To start up the presentation of panel recommendations, I first turn to Bernie Tershi.
Thank you, Lori. So California is exceptional. It's the largest economy in the United States and the 5th largest economy in the world, a huge innovator of culture, science, and technology, producer of food, and generator of groundbreaking government policy. It's also the richest US state in cultural diversity and in the plants, animals, and ecosystems that make up our biological diversity. With just 3% of US land area, California has more than 30% of all species and 18% of all ecoregions in the US, way more than any other US state. Fortunately, we know how to protect this natural heritage. Remarkably, California has only lost well under 1% of native species to global extinction. And more importantly, we've only recorded one species lost to its extinction since the advent of modern environmental regulations in the 1950s. And we're not just holding the line, but many things in California's natural world are getting better. There are more and bigger fish off our coasts. Species like sea otters and condors have come back from the edge of extinction, and our air and water are dramatically cleaner today. We did all this at the same time as California's human population went from about 12 million people to almost 40 million people. We added over $1 trillion to the state's economy, and we strengthened California's cultural and intellectual leadership. This California example shows that smart environmental regulation and conservation actions are compatible with, if not dependent on, economic development. Now, California is ensuring this legacy and setting an example for the rest of the world by prioritizing nature and committing to conserve 30% of lands, freshwaters, and coastal waters by 2030. We panelists were asked to advise the design and implementation of the 30 by 30 program in the written document that you all have access to, and we want to give you a few highlights of that now. If I could have the next slide. First, we advise that the 30 by 30 initiative include all parts of our natural wealth for all the people in this diverse state. Protecting all parts of our great state means not just protecting 30% of the entire state, but doing so at a fine-grained ecoregion level for a multitude of terrestrial, freshwater, and marine ecoregions. This not only ensures that we protect all of California's unique ecosystems and species, but that these protected areas or conserved areas are more evenly spread across the state for everyone to use. To be lasting and just, California's 30 by 30 needs to benefit rich and poor, urban and rural, indigenous people, and settlers of all background. At the same time, the costs of this conservation, whether livestock predation, decreased harvests, or other economic losses, cannot only be borne by landowners and the rural poor, but must be shared by all. So, in addition to being spread across California, the 30-30 lands and waters should not be confined to strict protected areas, but should include a wide variety of working lands and waters, whether tribal, private, or public, that are sustainably used. So now I'll pass the virtual mic on to Mary.
Thanks, Bernie. California is rich in biodiversity, and the indigenous people of what is now California constitute tremendous cultural diversity. There are as many as 90 indigenous languages, which makes the state one of the most linguistically diverse regions on the planet. The map on this slide, oh, the next slide, please. So the map on this slide illustrates biocultural diversity. The map on the left shows ecosystem diversity, while the map on the right demonstrates the cultural diversity in California. The overlay of these maps shows the strong relationship between ecosystem and culture. Within a biocultural region, the traditions, lifeways, and food systems of indigenous people are uniquely adapted to those particular environments. Indigenous people acquired in-depth knowledge of local species and ecological relationships over thousands of years, learning to finely tune and adapt their stewardship practices. California ecosystems have been continually managed, in some cases by the same tribe or even family lineage, accumulating a legacy of distinctive ecologies and knowledges. The stewardship has shaped the genetic diversity, species diversity, and ecosystem diversity that is found in California today. Next slide. To protect diversity, we need active stewardship, especially by indigenous people. This slide shows examples of indigenous stewardship, which involves intensive stewardship practices such as harvesting, tilling, pruning, sowing, weeding, and burning. The removal of fire off the land has had devastating impacts to both ecosystems and native communities. Indigenous cultural burning historically shaped plant and animal communities, and fire remains an essential part of indigenous stewardship today. Fire suppression policies from the early 1900s compounded the forced displacement of indigenous people from their Aboriginal homelands. These combined removals have impacted the functioning of ecosystems by reducing soil health and facilitating encroachment of trees and shrubs into open habitats, such as oak woodlands, prairies, and meadows. Excluding cultural burning has also resulted in devastating large and severe wildfires we are seeing today. Indigenous people today are working to revitalize vulnerable ecological communities while promoting the social and cultural resilience of their own human communities. Conservation efforts in California can be more successful by supporting these efforts through respectful collaborations. I will now hand it off to Rachel.
Thanks, Mary. Next slide, please. The panel suggests using metrics that capture diversity across multiple scales when prioritizing lands and coastal waters for conservation. This includes ecosystem level metrics, including the ecoregions that Mary has already mentioned. The panel also suggests incorporating species level metrics. For example, which regions harbor the largest numbers of species? We already have quite a bit of data on this. For example, the map on the right shows species richness of California bird species. Additionally, the panel suggests incorporating metrics of rarity. Which regions host the species not found anywhere else? Where are the species that are especially endangered? And can prioritizing their habitats reduce the risk of extinction? We must also consider cultural significance, including engaging with California Native American tribes to define and protect cultural keystone species. Finally, within species, genetic diversity is necessary for populations to adapt to future disturbances. Where possible, hotspots of genetic diversity across species should be identified and prioritized. Next slide, please. In addition to using the current distributions of biodiversity for prioritizing protected lands and coastal waters, the panel highlights the need to plan for the impacts of climate change. The photos here are of all marine species that have shown up for the first time or become more abundant in Northern California over the past decade. Their home ranges are shifting with the climate. Understanding and predicting climate-driven shifts in species ranges will require harnessing diverse data sources, including remote sensing, to collect baseline environmental data, and collaborations with museums and citizen scientists to better define species distributions and shifts in species ranges over time. Planning for climate change will also include integrating genetic data to define barriers to connectivity across landscapes and predict the capacity for populations and species to adapt to climate change. And now I'll turn it over to Tom.
Thank you, Rachel. As part of this panel, we were charged to come up with some recommendations, and one of them was to look at rare species, which have a low number of individuals or restricted to a few number of sites. And to prevent extinction or habitat loss really requires targeting these areas based partly on rare species. And on the left here, we have a map of endangered species by county in the United States. And clearly you can see that California has a high number of endangered species. The red signifies more than 10. But in places like Los Angeles County, there's actually 47 federal endangered and threatened species. So one of the things that we really think we need to do is examine some of the overlaps, these critical habitats of these species. And what this can do is show us areas where the species are well protected. For instance, on the map on the right, you can see in green areas where their habitat is. But this also highlights areas where there's high overlap, for instance, of 4 endangered fish, birds, amphibians, or reptiles. And these help identify areas that will be important to conserve in the future and are not currently protected. Can I have the next slide? Way we can do this, there's a number of different metrics that it can be used globally, nationally, statewide, and locally. But the IUCN is a global data set, and they identify about 103 species that are endangered in California, and to be good stewards, we probably should protect these. Both the federal endangered species list and the state endangered species list have been developed over decades of scientists studying these things. And as you can see in California, there's over 305 endangered species or threatened species that we should consider. And there's also a number of nonprofit groups like NatureServe and the California Native Plant Society, which identify rare plants and animals. And by mapping the overlap of these different species, it should be able to identify some areas that might deserve a high priority for conservation. And now I'm going to turn it over to Lori.
Thanks, Tom. In addition to those recommendations you've just heard and others that are in the paper, we turn to private and working landscapes as places that provide safe havens for native plants and animals, and urban nature, city parks, green spaces, and rivers, which also support valuable biodiversity, as well as experiences that support the health and well-being of millions of Californians. So the panel believes it's critical that the state's plans take into account the role that these lands play. We recommend incentivizing practices that promote biodiversity, rewarding landowners, communities, and municipalities for their work. We would encourage the use of native and climate-appropriate trees and shrubs in urban green spaces, and even plant palettes selected for municipalities that promote biodiversity. Of course, education is key. Helping Californians learn about biodiversity through community, also known as citizen science, sustainable garden efforts, and partnerships with museums, science centers, schools, and higher education, just to name a few of our educational entities. It's critical, this education is critical to short-term and long-term conservation efforts. As conservationist Robert Michael Pyle has said, what is the extinction of a condor to a child that has never seen a wren? Lastly, town halls like this are both opportunities for education, but also opportunities to mobilize Californians to support the state's conservation efforts. Community engagement is essential for success of the 30 by 30 plan once it's developed. Californians must collaborate across public, private, and working lands with diverse stakeholders implementing solutions in partnership with the state. So I want to thank you for listening to this pretty quick summary of the highlights from the panel recommendations. And now we want to move into a discussion with the panel on some initial questions. While all of you who have joined us can continue to add your questions to the Q&A. And I would just say that the questions we're going to be focusing on relate directly to our task at hand with respect to the questions around biodiversity, and not broader timelines or agendas with respect to the state's overall 30 by 30 work. So first, Bernie, when it comes to biodiversity, how might we measure the success of 30 by 30?
I think that the success of 30 by 30 is going to be measured kind of on two fronts. One is if a sufficient variety of the unique ecoregions of California are protected in some way, if 30% of enough of those ecoregions are protected. And then secondly, if they receive the kind of protection, the kind of management they need to thrive going forward with the threats of climate change, with the threats of invasive species.
Anyone else want to weigh in with their thoughts on how to measure success? Maybe we'll turn around back to that.
I can just add that I mean, that's the sort of conceptual end, and then there's a whole suite of technical solutions to measure that success. Everything from remote sensing to camera traps to citizen science efforts that can make that measurement sort of really efficient and also really transparent.
Well, so let's get Tom to talk a little bit about using remote sensing to monitor biodiversity.
Yeah, sure. I mean, as we all know, there's a host of satellites that are up there right now that can be used to monitor biodiversity. And some of the most important things that might be important to this is, of course, we all know temperatures have been going up. In particular, this year will probably be the hottest year on record in California. And we have satellites that have data going back to the 80s at 100-meter resolution, showing you how the temperatures have changed over time. This is one way to not only get Besides data from temperature stations, you can use these satellites to figure out what's going on across the landscape. We also have satellites that have been around since the 80s to show land use change and changes in vegetation. And these things can also be used to study vegetation health, like how green the plants are, and are they getting browner, or are they getting greener? But as of the last 2 or 3 years, we have these next generation of sensors, which are very high resolution. In particular, Planet Scope gets a 3-meter image of California every day. And there's actually a sensor that is 50 centimeters, so about this big. And if you can imagine, if you have the point locations of different plants or animal habitats, you can monitor them almost in real time.
Thanks for that, Tom. Mary, you talked a bit about the practices of Native peoples with respect to stewardship of the land. So I wondered if you could talk a little bit about some locations where we can see examples of Indigenous stewardship.
Sure, there are numerous examples of demonstration projects across the state of California. This includes at Chico State University's Big Chico Creek Ecological Reserve, where professor and traditional cultural practitioner Don Hankins is restoring cultural fire. We also have the Maidu Summit Consortium in Plumas County that is restoring traditional stewardship practices at its recently established Tasmankoyam Maidu Cultural Park, which is open to the public. But I believe the Dixie Fire has impacted the site just this week, so there may be closures. And also the Washoe Tribe of California restoring Meeks Meadow on the west side of Lake Tahoe through an agreement with the Forest Service.
So kind of diving into a little bit more, there's a question from participants about ideas for long-term maintenance of areas preserved to both keep up their value and address changes in climate change. And I'm wondering if any of you have some perspectives on that you want to bring into bear. Oh, Bernie, you're on mute.
There we go. Sorry about that. Once these areas are managed in a way or protected from threats like overexploitation or overharvest and really big obvious habitat modification or destruction, the 2 big remaining threats are invasive species and climate change. And those are going to be more complicated and take kind of more intensive management, more sophisticated management. And I guess I would add fire to that threat, even though it's a natural process. If these 30 by 30 areas are relatively smaller, if they hold a large percentage of a species that's on the edge of extinction, then they are also really vulnerable to fire.
Any other thoughts on that? Management? So Rachel, I'm going to turn to you because I know one of the things that's talked a lot about, certainly as we in LA County think about land bridges and whatnot, talking about how we prioritize regions for connectivity. What's really critical there, particularly as species respond to climate change?
Yeah, so connectivity allows organisms to move between habitable areas. And in general, and there are exceptions to this, I think of connectivity as increasing the genetic health of populations because it broadens the gene pool. And this is especially true for small populations. In terms of climate change, connectivity can allow species to shift their ranges. So for example, if the home range of a species becomes too hot or too dry, shifting that range is only possible if there is connected habitat in a different region. Within species, connectivity can allow the transfer of genetic variation, and that can aid in adaptation. But connectivity is different for different organisms. Some organisms move further than others, and different organisms move at different life cycle stages. So one of the tricky parts is understanding that. A salamander moves across a landscape in a really different way than a pollen grain. And I think that genetic data can give us a better understanding of how connected regions are for different types of plants and animals. So leaning on that data a little bit will help us understand connectivity.
Thanks for that. So here's another question. It really relates to how we look at and generalize around the species that are declining versus not yet threatened versus endangered, and how do we kind of prioritize which ones we need to be thinking about or the state should be thinking about in the conservation efforts. And I think maybe, Tom, this is something certainly you and also Rachel could probably speak to.
Well, that's a great question. I start off at the federal level because we put species on the federal endangered species list to take them off the endangered species list, things like pelican, the brown pelican, or the bald eagle. So we have a pretty good target at the federal and state level of things that are really getting close to the edge of extinction, and trying to deal with these things, identify their habitats, quantify how they've changed every 5 years based on these 5-year reports is one way that we push forward with that. And then using 30 by 30, it should be able to identify some other areas that might be able to, further protect some of these species and conserve them.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that. I think part of the question is, how do we balance conserving critically endangered species with common species that might be in danger of declining at some point? And part of that is thinking about things like climate change that are broad scale, that are affecting all of our ecosystems, and how do we mitigate their more global response to those stressors?
So here's one that maybe, Bernie, I think you kind of opened the door on some of this conversation, and certainly Mary, I know we have, and we think about the county and how diverse these counties are. How can we think of biodiversity metrics related to social equity and environmental justice? That's a tricky one. Because certainly, I mean, from my perspective, right, people don't often think about urban nature as worthy of conservation, but of course we know it's critical, and we need to have green space and nature across all areas of our city, and Los Angeles, where I live, is particularly green space in that area. Nature. So I'd love to have some perspective on this. Bernie, you have some thoughts?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, for me, it's the two. The two aren't in conflict, in the sense that, if the 30% that we're protecting, or if protecting nature just means protecting sort of high mountains, alpines, desert area, then a lot of people don't have access to that. But it also doesn't capture all of California's biodiversity by any means, right? And if you're trying to capture all of California's biodiversity in all of California's ecoregions, that means you have to include areas inside urban areas that are in the Central Valley, that are in the areas that maybe in a traditional way we don't think of as being, conservation areas or sites where one would necessarily put a national park, but are super important for the conservation of biodiversity in California, and make that biodiversity and those protected areas accessible to all Californians.
Great. Let's see, there's a lot of questions coming in. I'm trying to sort through them all I don't know if any of you see one that you want to pull out as we're looking at this, the Q&A over on the side here. What anthropogenic biodiversity threats to species in coastal waters are not already addressed by existing conservation efforts? Any ideas on that one?
I have a little thought. I don't think all watersheds are protected where there are a lot of endangered species. You can take the Southern California steelhead as an example. There are some places where I think there is room for improvement, and these things have very restricted ranges based on very limited habitat. So I still think there are spots across California along the coast. Will probably pop up western analysis.
Here's a clarifying question for management on biodiversity. Is it the panel's recommendation that taking a GIS land ownership layer and relying on that to define a protected area is insufficient? I don't think we got that specific, but I'm gonna turn to Tom on this one. For example, DFW lands dedicated to ducks, that could be managed with threatened fish populations, or state park lands dedicated or planned for off-road use that represent locations, threatened species rather than population benefit.
Yeah, well, that's just a fantastic question. And I guess there's two answers to that. One, what I really like about what they're going to try to do is this will all be in a GIS that the public can see. And that is very novel. The second thing is that, you know, from working on this panel, it's clear that we don't want to turn these things into national parks. Like, all the discussion has been about multiple use, using Native American techniques, but also hunting, agriculture, like working lands. That was also a very big topic that came up with this. So it's not to really cut these places off so they don't get used, but yes, there's a lot of wetlands that can be used to save fish, and you can still continue to practice sustainable hunting. And I just thought that was a theme that ran through this whole panel, which was, you know, multiple use, you know, not a protected area, these like Yosemite, so forth.
Right. Any other thoughts on that from any of you? Okay. Let's talk a little bit about non-native invasive species that might benefit from climate change to the expense of native plants and animals, especially those that are threatened or endangered. Anyone want to talk about that one?
Yeah, I can talk about that a little bit. I think it's really tricky when talking about climate change, because we're going to see range shifts of a lot of native species and a lot of what we think of as invasive species, and differentiating between the two might actually become really tricky. You might see range expansion of some southern species that outcompete native species. So thinking about how we can manage in a way that there is range for all of those species is going to be something that needs to be considered. And I think one of the tools that we have in our tool belt is actually combining these remote sensing data with the range, with our understanding of what limits these species ranges to predict where we think they will be in the future.
Yeah, and if I might echo what Rachel just said, you know, I think we're pretty good at predicting temperature. Like, I can tell you what the temperature is going to be in 2030, but it's going to be very hard to predict the precipitation. This is something that goes to 2040, 2050. So, you know, being able to be prepared for these types of things and the uncertainty is also going to have to be very important when we're dealing with non-natives and natives.
Thanks for that. And here's a question that we actually had some conversation around. Of course, the Natural History Museums, Cal Academy, we have robust community science programs. We think they're really important, not just for generating kind of connectivity to urban nature and to nature around us and the educational value of that, but also because it does contribute a lot of data about species that are in residence. And so the question here is, how do we sort through what could be potential bias in that? And Rachel, I know you've had some thoughts about that, and others have as well.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to say that the community science projects have been like an amazing resource for researchers to understand where species are right now. The range maps that we have from eBird are way better than the previous range maps we had. So in terms of understanding why organisms are where they are and potentially predicting where they will be in the future, that's a huge asset. I think there are a lot of folks that are working on models to try to deal with the types of bias that are inherent in those community science data and doing a pretty good job at it. But I think that the more observations that we have, the better we'll get with those kinds of things.
Yeah, and I'll just take this moment again to reinforce the fact that if we can, those of us that live in urban environments can really appreciate the nature around us, think about ways to plant and protect and promote biodiversity, that only lends to a broader conservation-minded population. So it's both the data that we get, but also the really critical community engagement and buy-in around it. Okay, there's another question here about the fact that the marine environment is already heavily managed and monitored, and where the panel thinks that we might need to implement more marine management. Are there particularly vulnerable areas that have not been covered, so to speak? Anyone want to try that one? Bernie.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the recovery of marine mammals, most marine mammals, and many of our marine fisheries, it's been amazing. And we should all applaud the way California has managed its oceans. Where there's a lot more work to be done, I think, is on managing the watersheds that flow into the oceans. And we see that, as Thomas alluded to, with the recovery of salmon and steelhead. You know, if you look at there have been remarkable recoveries of the game fish or commercially fished fin fish that stay in the ocean.
We lost a bit of that. So your internet's a little, it's the Zoom world, right? I mean, but I think you were talking about fisheries and locations where we have rivers coming into, you know, the urban runoff and flow. Is that what you were saying, Bernie? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Lori, we have just under 10 minutes remaining for a couple more questions and answers from the participants.
Great, thank you. And it's hard, I'm trying to track the ones that have been answered and which ones can also be addressed here. I don't know if the panelists are also looking, but oh, here's an interesting one. We didn't talk about this, but how to discuss, or what thoughts we might have around the tension between protecting important habitats and biodiversity with the expansion of you know, solar and wind developments, and how do we, you know, what guidance we might have with respect to those concerns. How do we, what guidance we might have with respect. There was a little bit of a backdrop. We didn't really, I mean, obviously there's tensions around the sustainability efforts, the impact on species in these environments, but I don't have any particular wisdom around this. Anybody else have some thoughts?
Yeah, I can take that one, maybe. I think, you know, a lot of what we talked about, or at least one of the biggest threats to biodiversity, is climate change. And so, of course, we need alternative energy in order to mitigate climate change. So in my mind, there's always been a big tension between forces that mitigate climate change and the potential harm to biodiversity they cause. We know wind and solar have huge numbers of bird kills, for example, and so how do we balance those things? And I think one of the things that we can do is work on, for example, siting of those facilities in places that aren't going to cause the most loss of biodiversity. So, for example, not directly in migratory flyways or places with high genetic diversity of particular populations. So working together on those sort of placement opportunities might help.
That's helpful, thanks. Looks like we lost Bernie. He'll probably try to come back in. He's had that internet problem, clearly. All right, so again, looking at a couple of the questions here that are coming in. So I don't know, this one sounds like it might be a good one for Tom, again, thinking about prioritization. If we're not high on national parks, I don't know that we didn't say I don't know where we are on national parks as a collective. Is there a state model of the NPS Organic Act that does prioritize conservation of flora and fauna that the State Natural Resources Agency might consider embracing?
I'm afraid I don't have like off the top of my head, you know, I mean, obviously being from Southern California, the San Gabriel Mountains are really the savior for LA County. It's a big area that goes from alpine down to woodlands and so forth. And these have been kind of upgraded from national forests and national monuments, but they're still able to prevent a lot of things in there. So from a local perspective, that's one area that I just see has been improving and really needs to be maintained to preserve a lot of biodiversity. And then on top of that, it's one of the, you know, there's 10 million people in Los Angeles County, which is bigger than 42 other states. So this is an area where you're trying to get as many people in there to enjoy it without over enjoying it. So I do think that's one example of a success story.
Lori, thanks so much for all this great work. We wanted to give you a minute, or if any of you or your panelists want to have one more final word before we move on to the next portion of the agenda.
Thank you for that. And I just want to say, great questions. There's a lot of expertise out there that we, you know, obviously embrace all of this. We look forward to hearing about the comments and of course, to the final product from the state. But I just want to thank Bernie, Mary, Rachel, and Tom for your great work on the panel. And thanks so much for being here with us today. And we'll turn it over to all of you.
Great, thanks so much, Lori, and all of the advisory panel members. We really appreciated your presentation, the discussion, participants, lots of great questions. Thank you for those. We know that not all of the questions were answered, but we have captured them all, and they all will go to CNRA as part of the report on this meeting. So we are going to take a 5-minute break before we move into our public input portion of the meeting. On the screen, we will list the questions that the panelists and the public participants have been asked to address. So you can take a look at these during the break. So feel free to get up and do whatever you need to do over the next 5 minutes. And in 5 minutes, so at 4:05, we will get back together for public input. So thanks very much. All right, welcome back from the break. We're going to get started with the public input portion of the workshop. My co-facilitator, Cece, and I will take turns managing this portion of the meeting. The advisory panel's insight and the public input we received tonight from you and from other communications will be used to develop the Pathways to 30 by 30 document. When you registered for the workshop, you were asked to indicate whether you wanted to speak for 90 seconds. And we asked you to pre-register in order to do that. So if you pre-registered, we will give you the opportunity to speak first, and we'll stay until all pre-registered commenters have spoken. If time allows, we also want to provide an opportunity for others to speak who did not pre-register. But if there's not time for you to comment, you can submit your comments via email or voicemail. So we are going to start by taking pre-registered speakers in alphabetical order by last name. So if you signed up to speak, you'll have 90 seconds. We ask that you don't give or receive time from other participants, and you'll see a 90-second timer on the screen. To accommodate Spanish-speaking commenters, we're allowing 3 minutes to account for interpretation needs. If you're providing your input in Spanish, please announce that when we unmute you so that the interpreter can prepare. And we, in the vein of accommodating people who are not English speakers, for everyone, we would like it if you could speak clearly at a reasonable pace. So we are going to list the first 5 speakers on the slide in alphabetical order. When you see or hear your name, we'd like you to click the raise hand button in the Zoom taskbar. Or if you are on the phone, please press *9. So I do see that a couple people have raised their hands, likely because you want to speak, but please lower your hand until you see your name on the slide. Also, if you can rename yourself on Zoom to match the name that you registered with, that would be very helpful. If there are any technology-related delays, we ask for your patience, and also please forgive us if we mispronounce your name. So we're going to start with our first set of speakers in alphabetical order. So we have Andrea Adams Morden, Maritza Alvarez, Rebecca August, Reza Barrias, and Colin Barrows. So again, if you see or hear your name, please raise your hand and we will call on you. And then if you are on the phone and you see your name, please press *9. Okay, I see Andrea Adams Morden. So I'm going to unmute you. Go ahead, you will have 90 seconds. Andrea?
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm concerned about Caltrans. You need to get the different parts of California's infrastructure coordinated. Right now we're having construction in our area. They said they were going to be putting in native plants. They put in plants that are native to California, but not to our area. They need to follow best practices too. They're putting the plants way too close together. They're not going to be growing successfully here. And so we need to coordinate something so that they'll be able to help make this area a good place for conductivity of the wildlife and make it a place so that there's and more people in the neighborhoods, in the cities, planting native plants so that there will be conductivity between the wild areas. I'm sorry, that's all.
Thank you, Andrea, for your comment. Next, we have Maritza Alvarez. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Piali, hello. I'm Maritza Alvarez with Sacred Places Institute for Indigenous People, Los Angeles-based organization advocating for Indigenous folks throughout California to protect sacred places, lands, and waters. I want to first thank everyone for all the efforts that are being done here to really reach these monumental goals, and for the efforts being made by including the community in this process in the manners that you are. In regards to your questions, just basically some of the responses to number one is first distinguishing between tribal, federal, state managed lands, and create overlaying standards that all entities must abide to, and identifying the low risk or contaminated bodies of land and water, and place a moratorium on any degree of industry or new industry such as fracking, oil drilling, logging, mining, or any of the like, which are responsible for the majority of the runoff in contaminated waters going into the oceans. And then identify the high risk or hotspots that are contaminated due to the lack of governmental oversight and irresponsible agricultural industry, and implement an expeditious emergency process by identifying the owner, operators, whether they are still owners or not, and ensure that they are responsible for cleaning up the contamination, and use some of that over $80 billion that was recently allocated for the California budget for remediation for water to assist in those efforts. I think we need to clean up first. There's so many more answers to get to. I'm sorry I ran out of time, but I appreciate you all taking the time to listen.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Reza Barrias.
Thank you. My name is Risa Barrias, and I'm with the California League of Conservation Voters. Warehousing has interrupted biodiversity in environmentally sensitive, marginalized regions like the Inland Empire. BIPOC communities are especially affected by this because developers know that they're far better resourced than the working poor communities they seek to build in, taking advantage of the collective time poverty, capacity, language barriers, and the difficulty of navigating local political systems to assure that communities can't effectively push back. Consequently, warehouses are quite literally opening in people's backyards, next to schools, and in areas central to communities, creating unsafe environmental conditions for the surrounding neighborhoods. Biodiversity in these regions has been interrupted and diminished, while habitats in surrounding areas are polluted by excessive and immeasurably harmful emissions. By utilizing the 30 by 30 initiative to slow the spread of warehousing by claiming and restoring empty lots and abandoned properties near residential areas, we can effectively expand access to green spaces and nature to urban areas and marginalized communities while simultaneously restoring and reinvigorating their biodiversity. I ask that we consider the diminished biodiversity of urban and industrialized communities, as well as the opportunities available to us to restore biodiversity to these areas as we begin to select lands for conservation in the 30 by 30 effort.
Thank you for your comment. I see a phone caller with their hand up. The last four digits are 7056. If this is Colin Barrows, then I will let you talk now. But if it's not, then I'm going to ask you to lower your hand until we get to you. So are you Colin Barrows? You should be able to unmute yourself by pressing *9 and let me know.
I'm 7056, but I'm not the name you mentioned.
Okay, so please wait until you hear your name. Thank you. Okay, we'll go to the next 5 folks, unless we have Colin Barrows. The next 5 are Cindy Barrows, Kevin Bartolime, Christy Berger, Shelley Billick, and Emily Blackmer. I'll read those again. Cindy Barrows, Kevin Bartelheim, Christy Berger, Shelley Billick, and Emily Blackmer. So if you're here, please raise your hand and you'll get a chance to provide your comment. Okay, I see Cindy Barrows. Please unmute yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandy Barrows with COFEM in Coachella, the traditional homeland of the Cahuilla people. Like other deserts in California and around the world, our desert is often thought as a barren, lifeless place, a place you just drive past while driving on Interstate 10. However, once you stop and look around, you will notice the wide range of biodiversity from the peak of Mount San Jacinto to the shores of the Salton Sea, which continues to be an important stop along the Pacific Flyway, even as the health of the sea itself continues to deteriorate. And while the sea continues to deteriorate, responsible developments of surf parks and lagoons are currently being proposed in the Coachella Valley, which threatens our biodiversity and our water supply. I ask that you please include our desert as a whole and all other deserts in California in any 30 by 30 plan, which will not only continue to support carbon sequestration, but also provide the vital habitats our endangered and endemic species need to survive. I also encourage you to urge decision makers that any 30 by 30 plan include science-based decisions to prevent further habitat fragmentation that threatens our local endangered and endemic species, and to continue to diversify conversations by including traditional knowledge and local community leaders, and to make these meetings more accessible to people who may not be able to take time off work or school. Lastly, establishing adequate funding for the acquisition and maintenance of these lands needs to be prioritized for any 30 by 30 long-term stewardship goals to be effective. The Coachella Valley looks forward to our Salton Sea being restored and for the additional support of local conservation efforts. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment, Sandy. And we have lowered the hands of folks whose names we have not called on. If we have time at the end of the meeting and you have not registered and you would like to speak, then we'll ask you to raise your hands at that point. So thank you for bearing with us and our process. Next, I would like to call on Kevin Bartelheim. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Kevin Bartelheim and I'm with OC Habitats. We're a group dedicated to the conservation and restoration of our Orange County's native habitats, which includes our coastal wetlands and our coastal sage groups. Just want to say that we appreciate all the work this panel is doing and all the information that they're putting out through the summary documents and all these different panels, and that we recommend and support the focus towards our kind of wetland restoration and ecosystem restorations. We're hoping to help take action to increase the protections as it can really help prevent extinctions between our really endangered and threatened animal species that we harbor here, as well as help prevent the loss of the ecosystem services that the habitats provide. We believe that including our coastal habitats with protections would help to meet the multiple biodiversity objectives. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you for your comment. Next, we have Christy Berger. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Christy, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, Christy Berger. I'm a wildlife rehabilitator with Gold Country Wildlife Rescue in Northern California. And I understand this group is about preserving biodiversity primarily through land conservation, but I wanted to throw something in here for consideration. It may not fit here in this effort, but it looks like the governor's executive order has some room to maybe consider this in the future. Obviously, our biodiversity benefits from conserving lands and other efforts, but our wildlife are facing so many challenges these days, climate change being a huge factor, and it's starting to impact the wildlife rescues greatly. Our numbers, we're already at 4,000 animals this year. Last year, we took in 3,500 the entire year, and we are not the only organization facing this. Heat waves, drought, clearing brush and trees for fire have all contributed to this. And I would just like to get this on maybe on some people's minds about how we can maybe help these wildlife rescues that are struggling greatly. We get a very tiny portion of our budget from government, And so something to consider for the future. We across the state, we rescue tens of thousands of wildlife every year. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. So I'll give one more opportunity for Shelley Billick or Emily Blackmer. Let us know if you're here by raising your hand, please. Or if you're on the phone, press *9. Okay, let's move on to our next set of 5, please. We have Lynn Bolton, Susie Boyd, Victoria Brandon, Peter Brastow, Judah Berger. Lynn Bolton, Susie Boyd, Victoria Brandon, Peter Brastow, and Judah Berger. So please raise your hand if you're here and you'd like to provide a comment. All right, I see Susie Boyd. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Susie, are you, there you go. Go ahead. Susie, can you unmute yourself? All right, we'll come back to Susie. Judah Berger. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. It's Jutta Berger, and I'm with the California Invasive Plant Council, and I'm here to comment about our need for long-term stewardship, which we've heard a little bit about already, as part of the 30 by 30 initiative. Invasive species in particular are a top threat to biodiversity that will only increase with ongoing climate change development and land disturbance. So the California State Wildlife Action Plan lists invasive species as a top threat. This Biodiversity Advisory Panel also references invasive species as a problem. The UN's Convention on Biological Diversity, which is holding their 15th convention of the parties this fall, has proposed 7 priorities, including land use, sustainable harvest, pollution, climate change, and invasive species. They recommend metrics for success that we could adopt, like reducing introductions of invasive species by at least 50%, or controlling at least 50% of the top priority populations. So let's learn from the science and experience that we have. Invasive plants and animals can quickly erode the biodiversity of legally protected lands if they are not managed. They affect food webs, fire frequency, fire severity, habitat structure, aesthetics, carbon budgets, and more. We need to renew our long-term state level funding and political support to foster effective and coordinated stewardship. So we have recently written.
Thank you, Judah.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thanks. I'm sorry to have to interrupt you. Thank you very much for your comment. I'm going to go back to Susie Boyd and ask you to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Susie Boyd, Public Policy Coordinator with Mojave Desert Land Trust. And based on the Jepson Desert Manual, the California desert comprises the eastern third of the state, including the Great Basin Province and western components of Mojave and Sonoran deserts. I'd like to emphasize that the California desert has been terrifically mischaracterized as being barren and lifeless. The flora of the California desert is extraordinarily diverse. There are 2,450 native species documented in the California desert, representing 38% of native species in the state. The overall species diversity, which is 90 to 120 total species per hectare, is similar to coastal redwoods in Northern California. The high flora diversity is exceptional in this region because of geological and topographic diversity, with great variations and extremes, such as the hottest and coldest temperatures in California and the lowest and nearly highest elevations in California. We also have the driest climate. And finally, I just want to add that we are every much a hotbed for taxonomic discovery as more publicized regions like the Amazon rainforest or Indonesia. So when we talk about being highly biodiverse at this point in time, it will only, as we discover more, those numbers will only increase. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susie, for your comment. So I'm going to call again Lynn Bolton, Victoria Brandon, and Peter Brastow. Okay, not seeing you. We will go to our next 5 speakers. We have Annie Burke, Bruce Campbell, Adam Cantor, Alan Carlton, and Richard Carter. So Annie Burke, Bruce Campbell, Adam Cantor, Alan Carlton, and Richard Carter. I see Richard Carter or Richard Charter, it looks like. Richard, go ahead and unmute yourself.
My name is Richard Charter, and I want to thank the Newsom administration and the staff at California Natural Resources for your service on behalf of California's fragile environment. Today, our state is poised to shift into the era of a beneficial 30 by 30 process, and many organizations and stakeholders stand ready to assist in achieving historic outcomes in that process, which in our coastal waters has been proceeding for half a century or more. To establish credibility, certain special interests ought not to be granted unprecedented access and influence over the internal 30 by 30 dialogue within the California Natural Resources Agency to try to advance the process of island sterilizations. If the execution of 30 by 30 here in our state is going to be contrary to the letter intent of the governor's executive order N8220 and ignore public priorities for more attention to ethical treatment of non-target species, I must respectfully suggest that we should be rethinking the methodologies being considered. The helicopter dispersal of an obsolete and inhumane class of second-generation anticoagulant poisons, for which even our governor has proudly signed a moratorium on the terrestrial use in the middle of our premier national marine sanctuary in the midst of 2 of our most important Marine Life Protection Act MPA sites, is irrelevant to constructively accomplishing 30 by 30 here. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Richard. It looks like we have a phone caller again, last 4 digits 7056. If you are one of the speakers listed here, go ahead and unmute yourself and let us know who you are, please.
Hi, this is Bruce Campbell, and thanks for this opportunity for input. The low-hanging fruit is for CAL FIRE to help the Coast Redwood ecosystem recover by better protection and management of Jackson Demonstration State Forest as well as Soquel State Forest. And these should be the basic goals for the North Coast and Northwest California region. Protect, sometimes acquire, and restore the Coast Redwood ecosystem. Protect and recover the indicator species marbled murrelet so that it survives south of the Humboldt-Mendocino County line beyond the late 2030s. Also, the Humboldt Bay and Van Dusen River watersheds need particular acquisition and restoration. Also, we need to protect biological corridors between wilderness and roadless areas in the biologically diverse Klamath-Siskiyou bioregion, including across Highway 5 in the Shasta-Trinity area, as well as between the Trinity Alps wilderness and the Siskiyou wilderness, plus between numerous other wild areas. Check out the 6 Rivers to the Sea connectivity efforts connecting the Coast Redwood and Klamath-Siskiyou. Also protect the serpentine soil and rock outcropping areas and don't allow strategic metal strip mining there. And we need better protection of ancient Douglas fir forests. There are these rare ancient Doug fir forests to the west of the Coast Redwood range, mostly in the Mattole River watershed, but some of them also are in the Elkhorn Ridge wilderness area and South Fork Eel River wilderness areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see. I see Adam Cantor has arrived. Adam, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thanks for this opportunity. I'm here representing the Wiyot Tribe Natural Resources Department on Humboldt Bay, and I think it's just really critical during this effort to consult with our state's tribes. They hold an immense amount of of ecological knowledge, and protecting ethnobiological areas is going to be important to protecting our biodiversity. As a whole, of course, we need to be consulting with the California Native Plant Society and our natural diversity database when we start to prioritize areas for conservation. And we really need to be prioritizing corridors between inland areas and the coast, particularly under climate change. The North Coast is going to become even more of a climate refugium for species seeking to escape the heat. As the last gentleman noted, areas between the coast, such as the Cape Mendocino headlands and corridors between that area and Humboldt Redwood State Park, particularly Rainbow Ridge, and coastal prairie systems and northern coastal scrub should be prioritized for preservation. And we need to be looking at cryptic diversity, which is genetic diversity within species, to better prepare for adaptation to a changing climate, and definitely protect Jackson State Forest. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Adam. So one last opportunity for Annie Burke and Alan Carlton. Okay, let's move on to our next set of 5, please. We have Moises Cisneros, Michaela Coates, Jared Cole, Tyler Conrad, and Kristen Culbert. So Moises Cisneros, Michaela Coates, Jared Cole, Tyler Conrad, and Kristen Culbert. I'm so sorry, Cisneros. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you so much. Moises Cisneros with the Sierra Club. Appreciate the work that the panel has done. Really appreciate and glad to hear that the panel agrees that maintaining and restoring biodiversity and functional ecosystems have critical climate benefits. Desert ecosystems play a key role in the global carbon cycle and in adapting to climate change. The degradation of desert ecosystems by land use policies is significantly reducing our planet's ability to naturally capture and store carbon, which accelerates emissions of greenhouse gases. The state should include studies that not only rely on satellite imaging to show above ground carbon sinks, but also should cover below ground soils that capture carbon as deep as 10 meters. If they do, they'll then understand the impact of the desert carbon sequestration process. For an illustrative explanation, I recommend reading Robin Kobali's book, The Desert Underground. I ask that you do not overlook the important biodiversity that exists below the surface of the California deserts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Michaela Coates. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michaela Coates. I'm with OC Habitats, and our group is a grassroots nonprofit whose mission is conserving Orange County's native habitats through monitoring, restoration, and education. We greatly appreciate that the panel here today recommended a specific focus on at-risk species and habitats, as well as prioritizing Indigenous stewardship and landscape connectivity. Orange County's coastal wetlands, dunes, and intertidal zones are increasingly threatened by pollution, urban encroachment, and impending climate change. Yet these habitats contain many endangered species, as the maps provided earlier showed, many whose reasons for listing and continuing threats are habitat loss and degradation. And these habitats overall remain vital for providing connectivity between and across habitats, preventing further extinctions, and promoting biodiversity and ecosystem functioning. As a community-based organization, we wanted to show support for approaching biodiversity preservation from a community scale and perspective with regards to secondary protected areas. This includes targeted protections and habitat restoration on a community scale rather than focusing on species-specific scale, as well as the importance of getting the local communities, particularly Native communities, involved in these efforts that are happening in their own backyards. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Michaela. Next, we have Jared Cole. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, my name's Jared. I'm a fourth year at UCSD and from Chula Vista, California. I wanted to speak in support of the 30 by 30 goal overall and encourage a comprehensive plan that promotes carbon neutrality and climate resilience, including protecting our state's species or special places from unnecessary development that we don't need. San Diego County is the third largest honey producing county in the country, and California as a whole is reliant on our pollinators to grow food. And 1 in 3 of our native bee species are at risk of becoming extinct. And when our pollinators die out, other species soon follow. So the #1 factor in these die-offs is pesticides that we use in our own residential and agricultural land. And I wanted to emphasize that conserving wild spaces for them to thrive goes a long way in ensuring their survival. And it's also important to protect our beaches to make sure that they are livable for both our coastal and marine life, and protect and make sure that the public is able to enjoy them as we continue to experience hotter temperatures as a result of our climate crisis, which increasingly poses a health risk to both our wildlife and people. And California is also one of the most biodiverse places in the country, and San Diego County specifically is home to many at-risk species like the western pond turtle, arroyo toad, and tricolored blackbird. Protecting their habitat is of utmost importance to protecting these unique species. And I urge you all to take that into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jared. Next, we have Kristen Colbert. Whoops. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Kristen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon. I'm with American Rivers Sacramento San Joaquin Basin Program in California. Thank you for your efforts to be inclusive of people, places, and spaces in California in your efforts to advance 30 by 30. I'd like to emphasize the need to protect biodiversity in California's rivers and streams in the Central Valley, as well as these rivers and streams headwaters, which provide recreational opportunities, habitat for threatened and endangered species, and water supplies for millions of Californians. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Kristen. Let's see. Tyler Conrad, are you here? Okay, we will move on to our next set of 5 speakers, please. We have Laura Cunningham, Chance Cotrano, Lori Daly, Allison Dahlman, and Cindy Dawson. Laura Cunningham, Chase Cotrano, Lori Daly, Allison Dahlman, and Cindy Dawson. If any of you are here and would like to speak, please raise your hand. Great, I see Chance Cotrano. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Okay, good evening. Thank you all for having me. My name is Chance Cotrano, and I'm with the Resource Renewal Institute. We're a Bay Area think and do tank that has contributed to innovation in and advocacy of large landscape resiliency on public and private working lands for over 35 years. So with regard to question 1 on criteria and metrics to prioritize lands and waters for protecting biodiversity, I wanted to note the importance of trophic complexity as a metric for concurrently implementing nature-based climate solutions and biodiversity restoration. I wanted to bring to your attention the example of our applied research in rice paddy ecosystems in the Sacramento Valley with our Fish in the Fields program. Described by Patagonia as a game changer for people and the planet, Fish in the Fields is a modern adaptation of the age-old practice of fish and rice co-cultivation, recognized by the United Nations as a globally important agricultural heritage system. And so what we do by incorporating native minnows and other finfish into fallow flooded rice paddies during the winter, we've been able to improve the biomimetic multifunctionality of these seasonal wetlands. And so these fish grow fat on zooplankton in these detritus-rich former floodplains, ultimately relieving methanotrophic bacteria from grazing pressure and resulting in over a 65% reduction in methane emissions from these winter flooded ecosystems. And, this is in addition to the providing social and economic sustainability in these rural communities if this became a commercial crop, and fosters resiliency of these rice lands, and is an additional incentive to sustain habitat for migratory waterfowl and shorebirds.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you, Chance. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off to allow time for other speakers.
Totally. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Our next speaker, I see Allison Dahlman is here. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Allison.
Thank you. 30 by 30 presents an opportunity. Can you hear me?
Yes, if you could speak a little bit louder, that would be great.
30 by 30 presents an opportunity to develop protected connectivity corridors for species such as Southern California mountain lions, gray wolves, Sierra red fox, Nevada red fox, fishers, and Humboldt martins. It could even present opportunities to reintroduce the state flag signature grizzly bear in appropriate habitats. Because insects are not eligible for protection under the CISA, the 30 by 30 initiative is an opportunity to create protected habitats and dispersal corridors that are managed without pesticides for imperiled species such as the monarch butterfly and western bumblebee. California, being the 5th largest economy in the world, show global leadership by declaring the extinction crisis a state emergency. Implement an ecosystem approach to recovery that protects habitats, fosters ecological processes, and addresses climate change. Require all state agencies to develop proactive conservation plans for endangered species and identify and protect critical habitat on their properties. Ban the discharge of chemicals, pesticides, and pollutants into the environment. Phase out single-use and fossil-based plastics and mandate extended producer responsibility. Enact a moratorium on petrochemical plants that turn frat gas into plastic. Designate and protect wildlife corridors, including the construction of new wildlife overpasses and underpasses. I failed to mention I am a volunteer with the Center for Biological Diversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. The other names on this slide are Laura Cunningham, Lori Dolly, Cindy Dawson. If you're here and you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. Okay, we'll move on to our next 5 speakers, please. We have Michael Delbar, Jaime Diamond, Danny Dielli, Deanna Doolin, Rachel Durbin. Michael Delbar, Jaime Diamond, Danny Dielli, Deanna Doolin, Rachel Durbin. If you heard your name, please, and you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. I see Jaime Diamond. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Yes, hi, this is Jamie Diamond.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. That's how it's spelled. Hi, my name is Jamie Diamond. I own a sport fishing business in the northern area of Southern California. And I'd like to thank Tom, especially for acknowledging the need to allow the use of conserved lands, conserved areas to be used by the public, because really in the lens of equity, which is also very important, closing areas reduces low income and underserved communities from accessing these lands. It doesn't actually help them in that sense. So that was a really big concern of mine for a long time. Another concern is watersheds as they make their way to the ocean. Due to drought, resulting in reduced or no water flow, homeless encampments have set up in these watersheds, creating really high physical as well as bacterial pollution within these watersheds and along the shoreline. So much so that in Santa Barbara, the East Beach at Mission Creek for the first time was listed on Heal the Bay's Bummer Beach list because of such high bacterial and physical pollution due to homeless encampments. Not that these people, there's anything against homeless people, but we need to figure out a way to preserve our watersheds for the safety of the species that are supposed to be in there, as well as what comes out and into the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Next, we have Deanna Doolin. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please, Deanna.
Hello, and my name is Deanna Doolin, and I'm a member of the IUCN and the World Commission of Protected Areas. And I'm here to emphasize the importance of integrating climate refugia into the 30 by 30 strategy. The climate extremes we're currently experiencing of drought and megafires are resulting in extensive habitat and biodiversity loss. Therefore, it's critical to find, protect, and identify climate refugia as part of our climate adaptation strategies for restoring and rewilding the escalating loss of habitats and biodiversity. Even if the refugia only act as holdouts, the persistence of their populations can serve as seed banks for restoration and rewilding to protect biodiversity as biomes shift potentially northward or upslope or other locations. These climate refugia must and should offer a key role in a network of refugia, protected areas, migratory corridors, and in restoring damaged and degraded ecosystems and habitats. Although the individual refugia may not last forever, their role in climate adaptation strategies will be vital in conserving biodiversity, habitats, and providing seed banks for flora and fauna as biomes shift locations. I just want to mention there's a publication, Managing Climate Change Refugia for Climate Adaptation, and then also one coming up in the Park Stewardship Forum where we have a case study on managing climate refugium.
Thank you. Thank you, Deanna. So let's see, Michael Delbar, Danny Dielli, and Rachel Durbin. If you are here and you would like to speak, please raise your hand. Okay, we will move on to our next set of 5 speakers. We have Eamon Durkin, Joseph Duvivier, Nancy Eek, Ariane Eroy, and Abigail Fateman. Again, I apologize if I'm butchering your name. Eamon Durkin, Joseph Duvivier, Nancy Eek, Ariane Eroy, PhD, and Abigail Fateman. I see Ariane Eroy. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Ariane.
Thank you for this panel. I need to question this panel's use of language, as some of its members are equating native plants, shrubs, and grasses with biodiversity. This is clearly duplicitous, for it implies that species in residence are unwanted, destructive, or even dangerous. This kind of bigoted terminology is the same kind that has been used against immigrants and people of color since this nation's founding. Americans are being encouraged to fear or even hate certain species of animals and drought-resistant trees. I want to remind you that the most invasive species of all is the human species. We need to deepen our thinking and become more inclusive of all diverse life forms on this planet. And we need to mature beyond this kind of projection, which shows a lack of psychological and spiritual maturity. One of the panel members is actually promoting a project to drop 1.5 tons of rodenticide on the Farallon Islands. Here we see another window on the climate disruption process as man-made. Nativists and the chemical industry promote herbicides, rodenticides, and relentlessly demonize certain species to promote certain projects in rural areas and in cities as a means to transition lands for development. Let it be known.
Thank you, Ariane, for your comments. Next, we have Abigail Fateman. Go ahead, Abigail, and unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Abigail Fateman. I am the Executive Director of the East Contra Costa County Habitat Conservancy and a member of the California Habitat Conservation Planning Coalition. I appreciate the panel's time and energy to identify metrics for considering by which we will achieve 30 by 30 goals. There is work that can be completed over time to refine these analyses to prioritize conservation actions, but I believe that the most important thing we can do right now is to move quickly to acquire, conserve, and manage land to prevent loss of biodiversity. Absent from the conversation today is the method by which we will actually realize the advancing of 30 by 30. How do we do this? I recommend that we look at California's highly successful existing regional conservation programs. Specifically, I want to highlight natural community conservation plans. These plans are developed by the state and local partners, are approved by CDFW, and implemented locally. These plans are regional in scale, science-based, developed with a rigorous stakeholder process, designed and funded to adaptively manage land and do so in perpetuity, and address not only avoidance of extinction, but also recovery of special status threatened and endangered species. In the short term and perhaps the long term, I recommend that the state looks to adopted plans like natural community conservation plans to start immediately funding and realizing 30 by 30 priorities. Thank you for your time and energy on this very important issue.
Thank you for your comment, Abigail. Read these names again. Eamon Durkin, Joseph Duvivier, Nancy Eek. If you are here and you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. Okay, let's move on, please, to our next 5 speakers. We have Arthur Feinstein, Megan Flaherty, Pat Flanagan, Brenda Gallegos, and Mari Galloway. So that's Arthur Feinstein, Megan Flaherty, Pat Flanagan, Brenda Gallegos, and Mari Galloway. I see we have Arthur Feinstein. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please, Arthur.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Hi, Arthur Feinstein. I'm with the Sierra Club, and I'm here to talk about San Francisco Bay and the estuary. San Francisco Bay has over 70% of the state's tidal wetlands. And as you probably know, there are a large number of species that are dependent upon shallow water habitats, such as tidal flats, tidal marshes, and associated habitats. Millions of shorebirds come through San Francisco Bay every year, as do many species of fish who reside here and also migrate through. All of these shallow water habitats are threatened by sea level rise. What that means is that these tidal marshes will become tidal flats and then become subtidal, and we'll lose tidal marshes and tidal flats ultimately with 6 to 7 feet of sea level rise by 2100, leading to huge biodiversity losses. We do have an ecosystem and adaptation atlas, developed by the San Francisco Estuary Institute, which identifies appropriate places where wetlands and shallow water habitats can migrate upland. Really urge you to look at that as one of your sources, because you asked for sources and criteria for moving forward. There have been a lot of studies in the Bay Area that indicate where we can work to preserve our shallow water habitats. Urge you to incorporate them into the 30-30 plan. And great work. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Arthur. Our next speaker is Pat Flanagan. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please, Pat. Pat, are you able to unmute yourself? Go ahead, Pat. You are unmuted, but we're not hearing you. Pat, are you able to speak? I'm going to ask our technical support folks to check in with you, Pat, unless you'd like to speak right now. Okay, if our technical support folks could check in with Pat, that would be great. I see next is Brenda Gallegos. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Brenda.
Hello, my name is Brenda Gallegos. I am a Conservation Program Associate with Hispanic Access Foundation. Thank you again for the opportunity to give comment. If biodiversity is to be meaningfully protected, a clear and consistent definition of protected or conserved is needed. For the purposes of 30 by 30, protect or conserve should mean the establishment of enduring measures that support and secure a thriving biodiversity contribute to climate adaptation, and provide ecosystem services so that the ancestral value, natural character, resources, and the function of the covered area are maintained or enhanced now and into the future, both individually and as a part of the interconnected network of healthy lands and waters. With that being said, the California deserts have a vast amount of biodiversity that should not be forgotten. The California deserts not only provide a habitat for plant and animal species, but as well as for our communities, but also contributes to carbon sequestration. Thank you for the opportunity for comment.
Thank you, Brenda. I'm going to go back to Pat Flanagan and see if you're able to speak. If you can unmute yourself. Okay, looks like that's not working. Oh, Pat, are you able to speak? You're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Can you check the settings on your microphone, perhaps, Pat? Can you maybe click the up arrow next to the microphone icon? All right, I apologize for this. We'll try to come back to you again. Oh, Pat? Okay, so sorry, we'll try you again in a bit. So on this slide again, Megan Flaherty and Mari Galloway, are either of you here? Okay, Pat Flanagan, one more time. Okay, I'm so sorry about that, Pat. We'll ask that if this doesn't work, if you can send your comment in by email. If we could go, please go in the interest of time to our next 5 speakers. We have Mike Garabedian, Carla Garibay, Richard Ginger, Natalie Glasgow, and Daniel Glusenkamp. Mark Garabedian, Carla Garibay, Richard Ginger, Natalie Glasgow, and Daniel Glusenkamp. So I see we have Carla Garibay. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please, Carla.
Thank you. This is Carla Garibay with Azul, an environmental justice and marine conservation organization. Azul sees 3030 as an opportunity for California to redefine biodiversity conservation by prioritizing equity, as well as BIPOC and environmental justice community access every step of the way. All people should have the right to sustainably use and enjoy the health, environmental, and cultural benefits provided by the biodiversity of our coast and ocean. Therefore, we believe that long-term stewardship practices that prioritize expanding BIPOC and EJ community access to protected coast and ocean for culturally significant, non-extractive, and non-polluting uses should be prioritized over practices that exploit our coast and ocean at the expense of communities. We also believe that developing metrics to aid in the creation of new, highly protected MPAs in strategic locations that have a high potential for biodiversity and marine sediment carbon stock protection and a high potential for increased fish yield and habitat connectivity is critical for climate resilience in 3030. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carla. Next, we have Natalie Glasgow. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please, Natalie.
Hello, my name is Natalie Glasgow. I'm a resident of Bakersfield, California, and a third-year student at the University of California, Riverside. I wanted to speak to the importance of the 30 by 30 goal as a whole, and specifically highlight the need to protect certain species as the panel was previously discussing. Since living in Riverside, I've come to recognize what a critical place the Inland Empire is to the political, social, and environmental development of our state. We are home to numerous endangered species that are vital to their respective deteriorating ecosystems. In Ward Valley, located to the eastern boundary of San Bernardino County, the numbers of the desert tortoise are decreasing. These animals are vital to life in the Mojave Desert. They rely on little water, meaning that they did not deplete the already scarce water availability in the desert, and they can tolerate irregular water, salt, and energy patterns, all of which are already changing in the face of the climate crisis. However, they do rely on the little water available to them in the winter, a time in which the desert tortoise spends in a process called brumation. As our globe gets hotter, the deserts are at risk of becoming dangerously dry and arid. This occurrence would wipe out this vital species at an alarming rate. We must prioritize the preservation of this and other similar precious species, particularly those especially vulnerable to the effects we're already seeing from climate change. Thank you all for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Natalie. Next, we have Daniel Glusenkamp. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please, Daniel.
Hi, this is Dan Glusenkamp with the California Institute for Biodiversity. Just want to say thank you all. It's really great to hear everybody. There's some really good stuff in the report, and hope everyone is reading it carefully. I do want to kind of echo what Abigail Fateman said, that we do need to focus on kind of the eponymous goal of this project, which is 30 by 30. And to do that, we need to talk about conserving lands, whether that's by working with private landowners to support them and managing them appropriately, obviously working with tribes and local communities to make sure that we get multiple benefits and we respect cultural heritage and advance opportunity and equity and inclusion. But it also means simply buying lands and protecting lands through whatever means we have. And we have opportunities for example, rolling back some mistakes of the past and perhaps protecting lands that we know are going to burn every few years, and finding ways to help those landowners move on to something different, or as they do move on, we protect the lands. There's a lot of different ways to do it. There's some really good prioritizations done by the Nature Conservancy. They just released a really great story maps with real clear priorities for which lands, which habitat types need to be protected, in particular hardwood forests and grasslands. And I want to say that, we've been talking as if buying and protecting land is a bad thing, and we're not going to create new national parks. But, worse things could come of this project than to leave Americans and Californians with additional parks that are conserved in perpetuity. And as a final comment, I want to say, when we identify which lands to protect, we need to identify them based on biodiversity data, which helps us actually structure at a fine scale, the way Ackerley has talked about, to protect in terms of phylogenetic endemism, instead of simply 30% across the state. All right, thank you. I love this project, and I look forward to helping more.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm going to give Pat Flanagan one more chance. Pat, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, so you should be fine.
Yes, we can hear you.
You can, oh, my goodness, thank you very much. We worked at it. I just wanted to add a little bit more to make it the desert, the complexity of the biodiversity of the desert hit home. It is, the deserts of California are the most intact ecosystems in the nation. And in the area that I live, Joshua Tree National Park surrounding, there are from 500 to 650 species of native pollinating bees. If you can imagine the kind of plant diversity that puts into that, and we seem to be having trouble in other conversations understanding that depth. So I just wanted to add that, and thank you very much for sticking with me.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you for your patience. And I'm gonna encourage people to remember that we have interpretation going on. So if you can speak slowly, that would be appreciated, or at least not super fast. So let's see, on this list, Mike Garabedian, Richard Gienger. If you are here and you'd like to speak, raise your hand. Also, I think a name that we missed was Pamela Flick. Pamela, if you are here, great. Thank you for raising your hand, and sorry that we missed you. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please, Pamela.
Great, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pamela Flick, California Program Director with Defenders of Wildlife. Thanks to the Natural Resources Agency and Biodiversity Advisory Panel for today's workshop. As is increasingly evident, we're currently facing dueling crises of unprecedented biodiversity loss coupled with climate change impacts that many thought we wouldn't see until later this century. The future is now. Thankfully, we're already a leader in protecting biodiversity, but some of our most diverse areas remain unprotected. We must increase ecosystem representation of permanently protected lands, including oak woodlands, grasslands, and chaparral-dominated ecosystems. It's important to safeguard climate refugia and connectivity between protected areas now and with an eye towards shifting species and natural communities due to climate change. We must have an inclusive, comprehensive approach when it comes to protecting biodiversity and achieving 30 by 30. We should move with expediency to protect the low-hanging fruit, including roadless areas, lands with wilderness characteristics, and eligible wild and scenic rivers. We must increase funding for acquisition of inholdings and durable conservation of private lands with willing landowners. And we must restore natural ecological processes that increase biodiversity and resilience, including cultural and prescribed burning when and where appropriate. Lastly, it's crucial that we prioritize immediate permanent protections for lands that satisfy high biodiversity values, climate resiliency, and access to nature for all. We've got this, California. If any state can do it, we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. So we're going to move on to our next 5 speakers. And they are Mark Gorelnik, Dave Hacker, Laura Hayter, Mary Ellen Hannibal, and Marciot Hanscom. Mark Gorelnik, Dave Hacker, Laura Hayter, Mary Ellen Hannibal, and Marciot Hanscom. So I see Dave Hacker is here. Dave, go ahead and unmute yourself, please. Dave, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Maybe check your mic settings. Dave? Okay, Dave, we're going to give you a chance to check your mic, and we're going to come back to you in the interest of time. Marciot Hanscom, go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. My name's Marcia Hanscom. I don't know where the T came from. I'm on the executive committee of the Sierra Club Angeles chapter. And first I want to say thank you to Governor Gavin Newsom for articulating the 30 by 30 commitment that brings us all here today. And I hope to connect his stated desires with some realities on the ground. I understand some of our leaders met with Ms. Norris and were told there's no money for acquiring land. And that sort of shocked many in our Sierra Club leadership. I was told 30 years ago by state officials there would be no way to acquire coastal land in Southern California because of the cost. And yet, because I and many others did not take this as gospel truth, the state has acquired hundreds of acres of land and is in the process of acquiring more. So no funding. What about the last several public bond money measures? I know we, the voters, approved many millions of dollars that can be used for conserving land. Often agencies have their own ideas for how to spend this money, but given the governor's stated priorities related to this, seems like we must prioritize that. And that leads to another question. Say there's a square mile of land on our beautiful California coast that includes 7 endangered species and dozens of species on the California list of species of special concern relying on these lands. Wouldn't prioritizing conserving this biodiversity mean we wouldn't bring bulldozers in and completely alter this landscape and put something else there? We think the governor's commitment to conserving biodiversity is at odds with this plan.
Marcia, I'm sorry, I'm going to need to cut you off. I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Dave Hacker, let's try again. See if you can unmute yourself and if we can hear you. You're unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
Hear me now?
Yes.
Finally. I don't know what the difference was there. Thank you for the patience. I'm with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I live in San Luis Obispo. I'm really encouraged by all of the focus on connectivity. You can see what's happened in Southern California. The trend is toward habitat islands, and that is not going to conserve our biodiversity in the long run. If we want to maximize our potential, we need to go to the linkages first and conserve those with conservation easements and fee title public ownership. And right now, a lot of those key areas are grasslands and oak woodlands, which aren't super attractive to a lot of folks, but they need to be conserved first. They're the areas that are turning into vineyards and avocados and housing. So we need to go to those linkages first and not wait until it's too late and the land becomes too expensive. We need to focus on some areas that are not near the large urban centers of the state. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. I'm going to go back and see if we have Mark Gorelnik, Laura Hayter, or Mary Ellen Hannibal. Are you here and would you like to speak? If so, raise your hand. Okay, we are going to move on to the next 5 names on the next slide. We have Laurel Harkness, Susan Harvey, Pamela Hetherington, Rosalind Helfand, and Allison Hermance. Laurel Harkness, Susan Harvey, Pamela Harrington, Rosalind Helfand, and Allison Hermance. So I see Susan Harvey. Susan, please unmute yourself and go ahead and provide your comment.
Hi, I'm Susan Harvey, president of North County Watch in North San Luis Obispo County. I'd like to talk a little bit about corridors. There need to be multiple connecting corridors with attention to maintaining appropriate roadless and wilderness areas and rationing public access as necessary for species survival. I'd like to talk a little bit about groundwater basins. You need to pay attention to the drawdown of groundwater basins because as the basins disappear, so does the habitat. Desert areas are particularly vulnerable to groundwater drawdown. Deserts have basins and everybody has their eye on getting that water and shipping it to some urban area. I'd like to comment also that we are going to need some more focus on enforcement. We're going to be establishing areas that are especially important to species and habitat to make sure that the areas are maintained in a way that the habitat can survive. And that's going to require some enforcement. We're going to need money for monitoring and utilizing such potentials. The satellite trove of information, as was commented on. I'd like to, one more thing, I noticed your biodiversity map was from 2009. I don't know if that needs to be updated, but maybe we need to figure out if we've lost biodiversity, how to regain it in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Next, we have Pamela Hetherington. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please, Pamela.
Thank you. Pamela Hetherington from the Environmental Center of San Diego. Thank you for this 30 by 30 effort. We know preserved and conserved lands work in protecting biodiversity if funding for their management is available. We have real life experience in San Diego where trails have disrupted habitat when they're not even allowed. So not all lands can or should allow recreation activities. You need to stress that as you go forward. I have a question. Will connectivity considerations avoid competition between areas? We all want our areas preserved. We all have areas that need to be preserved. How will this be handled? And where do all of these lands, the conserved, preserved, mitigation, MSCP lands, fit into the 30 by 30 calculations? And I'll close by saying in San Diego, there are 18 federally recognized tribal nations, more than any county in the United States. So we highly encourage you to do tribally led climate resilience efforts support the persistence of cultural practices with a focus on preserving the ecosystems and species that are integral to tribal communities. Active efforts need to be around land return and management and co-management. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Pamela. Next, we have Allison Hermans. Allison, go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Great, can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. I'm Allison Hermans, and I'm speaking on behalf of WildCare, the Marin County nonprofit that operates a wildlife hospital, along with numerous other resources and programs in wildlife advocacy and nature education. WildCare strongly supports the 30 by 30 initiative and the protection of biodiversity. We are very concerned, however, about some proposals being considered in the name of biodiversity and the control of invasive species. WildCare strongly opposes the use of rat poison in any context. Brodifacoum and other anticoagulant rodenticides travel up the food chain, and our studies and the evidence we see regularly in WildCare's Wildlife Hospital have proven the dangers of these poisons. They are never safe to use because their cumulative impact on non-target wildlife is so broad and far-reaching. In 2020, legislation was passed and signed by Governor Newsom outlawing the use of brodifacoum and the other anticoagulant rodenticides in California. The legislation carved out an exception for the use on islands, but let's be clear, that exception didn't happen because the poison is somehow safer to use on an island. It is still deadly, and it does travel up the food chain. It is impossible for anyone to ensure that the massive load of poison to be strewn across the Farallon Islands would be able to remain on the island alone. Any animal that leaves the islands with the poison in his system puts predatory and scavenging animals throughout our region at risk. Even sublethal levels of anticoagulant rodenticide in the body of an animal has debilitating consequences. There is no safe level of usage of second generation anticoagulants. I hope you'll carefully consider unintended consequences, but support supporting any of their use. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison, for your comment. And I'm just going to remind folks, if you could try to speak a little slower. If you don't have time to get your full comment in, you can always send it in by email or phone it in. But thank you, Allison. So one more chance for Laurel Harkness and Rosalind Helfand. Okay, let's move on to our next set of speakers, please. We have Pedro Hernandez, Matilda Hernandez Miares, Vicky Hoover, Gary Hughes, and Sarah Husby. So Pedro Hernandez, Matilda Hernandez Miares, Vicky Hoover, Gary Hughes, Sarah Husby. I see Pedro Hernandez. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Hi, is this thing on?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, thank you everyone for having this discussion, super relevant. My name is Pedro. I work with Audubon, California, and I'll be providing some brief comments, and also we'll be providing a comment letter that'll elaborate on a lot of the points. But by incorporating a flyway perspective into these conservation efforts, we believe that CRNA can more directly articulate the connections within and between different ecosystems that serve as migration corridors and local critical habitat for the hundreds of bird species at risk of extinction in our state. Birds are critical indicator species. We can use them to identify the health of the ecosystems as a whole, but also they provide irreplaceable ecosystem services to nearby communities, such as pollination, pest management, and seed dispersal, to name a few. We also believe that equity must be a co-equal value in our biodiversity discussions. Managing lands to enhance critical ecosystem services near and within disadvantaged communities will improve public health, local environmental quality, but also resilience to climate impacts like flood, drought, habitat loss, extreme heat, and also reduced food supply for animals. Reduced quality of habitat and ecosystem services also adversely impacts people's ability to recreate, reduces the places people can recreate in, and also reduces the overall quality of recreation. So we hope that equity can also be a co-equal value, not just a side discussion in these debates. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro, for your comments. Next, we have Vicky Hoover. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please, Vicky.
Okay, hello. I'm Vicky Hoover with Sierra Club, and
I want to say the criteria most needed to protect biodiversity are action-oriented. The state setting a good 30 by 30 goal, writing a pathways document, and taking public input in workshops like this will be of value, particularly and mainly insofar as these things lead to real action. And even before we establish strategies and without expensive acquisition to enhance biodiversity, we need to halt current activities that degrade biodiversity. The state can and must act fast and firmly to at least do the following: restrict destructive OHV use, regulate and stop open pit cyanide heap leach mining. You should subsidize urban rooftop solar to save valuable desert habitat. Stop the poisoning of offshore islands. Restrict large monoculture agriculture, such as for biofuel, and stop clear cutting on forests. Fund more highway wildlife crossings, and encourage more indigenous community traditional practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki, for your comment. I'll read these names one more time: Matilda Hernandez Miares, Gary Hughes, and Sarah Husby. If you're here and would like to speak, please raise your hand. Okay, we will move on to our next list of 5. We have Mary James Thibodeau, Verna Jigor, Rick Johnson, Andrew Johnson, and Rebecca Johnson. Mary James Thibodeau, Verna Jigor, Rick Johnson, Andrew Johnson, Rebecca Johnson. I see Mary James Thibodeau. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please, Mary.
Hi, I've been a volunteer in restoration for many years, but the most successful restoration that I've done is in my backyard, which has a tiny little grassland. I used truly local plants, and I tended it for years and years. I want to make sure that the restoration included in this process also focuses on the wildland urban interface and the people who live in those, so that they are provided with plants that are truly local to them, information about how to grow them, and so that they will be tending something that is important to the environment around them. So often it seems like restoration that we've done has not been successful because it isn't maintained. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Next, we have Rick Johnson. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please, Rick.
Hello, thank you. I would like to talk about San Francisco Bay. We have their ecosystems that are just fantastic and very biodiverse, and they're also at risk from flooding during sea level rise. So the solutions to this will require actions by humans. We can do this by restoring diked former wetlands, by allowing migration upslope where it's feasible, and by developing the means to help other marshes grow. So adaptive management is needed. So here is a case where we have existing world-class biodiversity, but it's just basically at risk. And I think the idea of moving it somewhere else is not as good as making this one survive into the next century. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Next, we have Andrew Johnson. Go ahead, Andrew.
Hi there, I'm Andy Johnson, and I work on coastal and marine issues for Defenders of Wildlife's California program. To advance 30 by 30 goals for these areas, some aspects of economic development must give way to the realities of sea level rise and other effects of a warming climate. The entire California coast should be on the table for 30 by 30 conservation. The state should encourage and incentivize all public, private, and governmental landowners to make coastal land available for conservation programs and alternative uses that support 30 by 30 objectives. To increase biodiversity, we need to protect California's keystone and sentinel species. Dr. Tershi mentioned sea otters. Sea otters in California have not extended their range north or south in 2 decades, and a 900-mile gap remains from Northern California to Central Washington, where sea otters should be but aren't. The state should support assisted expansion of sea otters through reintroduction into historical habitat so they can perform their valuable ecosystem services along the entire California coast. To preserve biodiversity, build ecosystem resilience, and buffer the effects of climate change, we need to live differently. We need to stop loading nutrients and poisons into watersheds, which will flow to the ocean. We need to transition from fossil fuels reliance to responsibly sited renewable energy projects. We need better coastal management plans that don't just pay lip service to climate change. We need to place restrictions on coastal building and hard armoring of areas that will submerge with rising sea levels. We need to concentrate on nature-based solutions and coastal retreat to combat sea level rise. Withstanding climate change demands that we explore new equitable economies and focus on sustainable uses of California's coastal areas. Conservationists have called biodiversity our
I'm
natural.
sorry, Andrew, I'm going to have to cut you off to allow time for others.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Rebecca Johnson. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please, Rebecca.
Hi, hello. My name is Rebecca Johnson. I'm the co-director of the Center for Biodiversity and Community at the California Academy of Sciences. Thanks for the opportunity to give comment. I would like to advocate for the inclusion of Natural History Museum collections data in your planning. The state's natural history museums steward, protect, and curate millions of specimens that can help us understand past biodiversity in our state and the changes that have already occurred as we plan for our future in a changing world. I would also like to echo the panel's support for community science data as a key source of the fine-scale information needed to protect biodiversity. Community collected data is one of the largest sources of biodiversity data we have, and it's critical to include it in this effort. As mentioned on the panel, these data need to be handled differently than other types of data, and our team has just published a paper that I will share on how best to use these data. We look forward to partnering with you to make these data accessible and useful for decision-making and planning. But community science is not just a tool for data collection, it's a powerful way to engage millions of Californians directly in the 30 by 30 effort. We do not know which species are found where for the entire state. We don't even have complete species lists for every county. The only way to fill in these gaps is by working directly with people in the places they live, work, and visit. Through coordinated community science campaigns, we can involve all Californians in the documentation of nature, deepen their connections to place and to biodiversity. Thank you for setting the stage so we can all work together to protect 30% of our state's lands and coastal waters. Thanks.
Thank you, Rebecca. Verna Jigor, are you here and would you like to speak? Please, if so, please raise your hand. Okay, we will move on to our next set of 5 speakers. We have Doug Johnson, Bob Johnston, Susan Karasoff, Holly Kicklighter, and Susan Kirks. Doug Johnson, Bob Johnston, Susan Karasoff, Holly Kicklighter, and Susan Kirks. All right, I see Susan Karasoff. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please, Susan.
Hi, I'm Susan Karasoff with the California Native Plant Society in San Francisco. Thank you for committing to enhancing biodiversity as part of the 30 by 30 initiative. Enhancing California's distributed water system, including aquifers, riparian areas, small creeks, and small lake ecosystems to store more water in connected and distributed locations makes our larger ecoregions more resilient to drought, more resilient to fire, and more resilient to climate change while enhancing biodiversity. Our distributed water systems can be enhanced by removing invasive plants, installing local native plants planted in their plant communities as the base of the biodiverse food web, and restoring ecosystem-friendly wildlife that make water systems more resilient, including beavers. I support the other comments made about the need for native plant maintenance, wildlife corridors, invasive plant reduction, and citizen science. Thank you for your attention. My comments are complete.
Thank you, Susan. Next, we have Holly Kicklighter. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please, Holly. Holly, are you able to unmute? Okay, we'll come back to you, Holly. We have Susan Kirks. Go ahead, Susan.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Susan Kirks, president of Madrone Audubon Society in Sonoma County, and also a conservationist specializing in the species American badger. For equity, I'd like to ask that 30 by 30 include a land back program to provide return of native land to indigenous peoples, which can include best practices of biodiversity. Also, a state-funded program of support for Black farmers for best biodiversity practices and plant-based farming. For species, please ensure the species of concern category is included in your evaluation and recommendations. As an example, American badger, a species of concern since 1987, and a keystone species, experiences ongoing loss through vehicle strikes, habitat loss, and habitat fragmentation. Lastly, for our island ecosystems, Madrone Audubon Society strongly opposes the proposed second-generation anticoagulant poison drop over the Farallon Islands as a way to eradicate mice, a multifaceted low-risk alternative to address the mouse population and avoid agonizing bykill of thousands of species, as well as the high risk of poisoning the food chain and marine sanctuaries, has been put forth and should be developed and implemented. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I see you have your own timer. We appreciate that.
I did. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like Holly Kicklighter has unmuted herself. Can you speak, Holly? Holly? Holly, are you able to check your mic? Okay, we'll come back to you, Holly. Let's go to our next set of speakers, please. We have Wayne Koto, Jason Landers, Arthur Levine, Denise Louie, Michael Lines. Wayne Koto, Jason Landers, Arthur Levine, Denise Louie, and Michael Lines. Okay, I see Jason Landers. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I want to thank the panelists for their insight and the CNRA for hosting this workshop. My name is Jason Landers, and I'm representing the Bear Yuba Land Trust located in Grass Valley, which is in Nevada County, California. I want to take a moment to highlight the role of land trusts in conserving biodiversity and meeting the 30 by 30 goal. Collectively, more than 150 land trusts in California have conserved more than 2.5 million acres. We are grassroots community supported organizations. We work with ranchers, farmers, recreation enthusiasts, concerned landowners, schools, and universities, as well as indigenous tribes. We have conservation easements on private and working lands, as well as in urban areas. Easements provide not only conservation for biodiversity, but also flexibility and cost efficiency, and the process of securing easements can help build and strengthen rural economies. Conservation easements permanently protect lands and are an important mechanism to conserve biodiversity and promote equitable access to the outdoors. Similarly, land trusts are vital to community conservation and the advancement of 3030. Bear Yuba Land Trust urges decision makers to recognize the importance and unique role that land trusts play in protecting biodiversity and conserving our natural resources. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Great, thank you, Jason. Next, we have Arthur Levine. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please, Arthur.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone, the panelists, all the participants. My name is Arthur Levine. I am a fellow in applied research at the Robert Redford Conservancy for Southern California Sustainability, based out of Pitzer College in Southern California. I just want to bring up a point that all of the work that we do for conservation, for biodiversity preservation on natural and working lands requires just that: work and workers, labor. And to this day, farm workers are still some of the worst treated and worst paid workforce that we have. But we have an amazing opportunity to create new jobs and to create good paying jobs for all of the people who are now already or going to become land stewards to support our biodiversity goals, planting habitats, restoring habitats. It is very important to allocate specific funding to support a growing training of and a growing workforce, and especially to support folks who are already working on the working lands to protect soil biodiversity, to compost, to plant all the food that we eat, to take care of trees and natural lands, etc. I also want to advocate for more than just access for communities of color, BIPOC communities. It's not just being able to access land and biodiversity, it's being able to have decision-making power to be able to own in trust or privately or publicly lands in such a way that BIPOC communities, especially indigenous communities who essentially all of this land was stolen from, have true power to decide what happens. Not that they can just walk on the land, utilize it, or access it, rather they are in positions of decision-making power to make decisions about how land is utilized. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Arthur. We're going to go back to Holly. Holly, can you unmute yourself? It looks like you're unmuted. Can you check your mic settings? Maybe our tech support folks can help Holly. We'll come back to you, Holly.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, we heard you. Okay, go
you
ahead.
hear me now? Okay, yeah, sorry, I don't know what was happening.
That's okay, go ahead. We can't hear you now. We heard you a minute ago.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm a San Diego-based conservation planner and biologist, and I want to just say that I agree with the first speaker.
We just lost you, Holly. We heard you say you agree with the first speaker, but.
Oh, I think I'm just going to send in my comments because I'm getting a really bad echo.
Okay. Thank you, Holly. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Also, Holly, if you want to, you can phone in if you want to try that, if that works better. But we are going to move on now. Wayne Koto, Denise Louie, Michael Lines, are you here? Okay, we are going to move on to our next 5 speakers. Tyler Maderi, Lou Ann Makes Marks, Karen Martin, Loretta Mayer, and Sean MacArthur. Tyler Maderi, Lou Ann Makes Marks, Karen Martin, Loretta Mayer, and Sean MacArthur. So I see Tyler Maderi. Go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Hi, can you all hear me? Okay, I'm going to start.
Tyler, we can hear you.
Yes, go ahead, Tyler.
Wonderful. Okay, I appreciate it. Sorry about that. On behalf of the Western Riverside County Regional Conservation Authority, or RCA, I want to thank you for your effort to engage stakeholders and the public across the state to advance climate action with nature-based solutions, as well as biodiversity and other critical issues, because it's all connected. Habitat conservation plans, or HCPs, and natural community conservation plans, or NCCPs, currently exist for the preservation, conservation, protection of land, species, and habitat, which allow for growing regions like Riverside County to sustainably thrive. These plans are ready, willing, and have the long-term infrastructure to acquire, restore, and uplift land that can deliver on the state's goal to protect and bolster the biodiversity of our state. To that end, the Multiple Species Habitat Conservation Plan in Western Riverside County, one of the largest HCPs in the nation, protects habitat for 146 species, 33 of which are listed as endangered or threatened, and has 82% of the 500,000 acre plan preserved. With the state's support and investment, we can deliver the 30 by 30 plan beginning today and complete the 500,000 acre preserve and protect these vital habitats in perpetuity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tyler. Now we'll go on to Karen Martin. Karen, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Martin. I'm with the Beach Ecology Coalition. My organization focuses on the conservation and restoration of California's sandy beaches for the benefit of humans and wildlife. Beaches are a link between the marine and terrestrial environments and a critical habitat within a larger network of coastal ecosystems, including the tidal wetlands, estuaries, kelp forests, and seagrasses. All of these habitats provide multiple ecosystem services, preservation of biodiversity, climate resilience, carbon sequestration, and protection of coastal communities. Beaches are among the habitats most threatened by sea level rise and climate change. Beaches are also essential nursery habitats for seals and sea lions, birds like the western snowy plover, and fishes, including the endemic California grunion. They are key links in the Pacific Flyway for migratory birds. I encourage you to protect coastal ecosystems with a 30 by 30 plan, including some sandy beaches that permit habitat shifts and migrations under various sea level rise scenarios. This would greatly improve the ability of animals and plants that are dependent upon sandy beaches to survive as the climate changes, while at the same time providing Californians with opportunities to enjoy watching charismatic wildlife. Thank you for your time and your good work.
Thank you, Karen. Next, we have Loretta Mayer. Loretta, go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Dr. Loretta Mayer, and I'm one of the founders of the public charity, and we support fertility control in wildlife as opposed to poison. I want to encourage this group, which is really outstanding presentation today, to consider the California Ecosystems Protection Act, which suspends the use of secondary anticoagulant rodenticides. And the reason we need to consider this for biodiversity is because the secondary poisoning that results from the use of these eschars has caused tremendous loss of biodiversity, not only in our urban, but also in our rural environments. We have to control invasive species, and the way to do currently, we do have the ability to use fertility control, which is a balanced reduction of these invasive animals. And I also would encourage then, this would provide a metric for us to measure the reduction in the use of these anticoagulant rodenticides while we reduce populations. In our hands, with the different tools, we've been able to reduce it to a sustainable 93% reduction of those species. Thank you.
Thank you, Loretta. We have, I just lost track. Let's see. Luann Makes Marks and Sean MacArthur. I do see we have a phone caller. The last 4 digits are 8800. If you are one of those people, or if you are Holly Kicklighter, I'm going to unmute you so you can tell me who you are, or ask you to unmute. So I believe you need to press *6.
Okay.
Who is this? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, who is this?
I'm on the telephone. Yes, my name is Nancy Okada.
Oh, Nancy, if you have registered to speak, we're going to take you a little later. We are just taking the speakers in alphabetical order. I thought you might.
Okay, I've not registered to speak.
Okay, well, if there's time later, after all registered speakers have spoken, we will ask you to raise your hand at that point. Thank you. Okay, at this point, we are going to take a 5-minute break for us and for you all. At that point, we will move to our next set of speakers. Actually, we should probably show the slide now so you can get ready. And my co-facilitator, Cece Vu, will take over. So it's 5:45. We will resume at 5:50. Thanks, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you had a nice short break. We will continue to take public input. We have approximately 60 speakers still, registered speakers still left. So we're going to move on here. So I'm going to, the drill is I'm going to call the name on this list, and we have a number of phone callers, so I will try to speak so that you can hear your name, and *9 if your name is called so that you can raise your hand. Here I go. John McCall, Leah Mendez, Margaret Menke, Lisa Micheli, and Lauren Miller. One more time. John McCall, Leah Mendez, Margaret Menke, Lisa Micheli, and Lauren Miller. If any of the names that I've called is still in attendance, please raise your hand. And if you're on the phone and your name's called, *9. Okay, I see Margaret Menke. Margaret, please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Thank you so much. My name is Margaret Menke, and I'm here today representing Great Old Broads for Wilderness. Our organization is a national grassroots conservation organization led by women, and it engages and inspires activism to preserve and protect wilderness and wildlands. To accomplish that, we focus on 3 areas: fun, education, and advocacy. I'm excited to support the 30 by 30 effort to protect and preserve our wilderness and wildlands for biodiversity. This focus provides an opportunity to wake up and save some critically endangered species, such as the monarch butterfly, currently in 99% decline. It also allows us to grieve the species that we have already lost. Thank you for all your hard work and efforts to protect and preserve our land and water through this 30 by 30 initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. And I love the name and mission of your organization.
Yes. Wonderful.
All right. Do we have Leah Mendez, Margaret, I'm sorry, I just called Margaret already, Lisa Micheli, Lauren Miller, or John McCall? Okay. Hearing none, we're going to move to our next, the list of our next 5 speakers, please. Okay, we have Isabella Miller, Takashi Mizuno, Roberto Morales, Tony Morelli, and Aidan Morris. And I see Isabella Miller. Isabella, please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Isabella Miller. I'm representing Kiss the Ground. Our biggest hope in the advancement of 30 by 30 is that regeneration is a top priority and applied both to natural and working lands as a means of not just conserving biodiversity, but restoring it. While conservation of existing biodiversity hotspots is absolutely critical, for too long we have been focused on saving these areas while not considering the enormous potential of regenerating surrounding areas that have been significantly degraded so that they can become biodiverse hotspots as well. In California and most of the US, all land has been impacted by humans, especially when you take into account water cycles, soil loss, biomass cover, heat island effect, and dehydration of watersheds. What we see in so many areas of our state is a complete regime change of plant species. When our state was abundant with water and vast wetlands, the dominant species were very different than what we see today. With draining of land, clear-cutting trees from hillsides, overgrazing, tilling, and leaving land bare, we've created such significant loss of biodiversity and broke the hydrological cycle of our state, our land doesn't function anymore. Water isn't being absorbed and retained in our landscapes. Desertification is spreading. We can change that. We can regenerate soil and rehydrate California, causing a significant rebound of biodiversity that's often overlooked in land-based restoration and biodiversity recovery. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Isabella, for your comment. Okay, do we have anyone else on the list? I'm going to call your names again. Takahashi Mizuno, Roberto Morales, Tony Morelli, and Aiden Morris. Aiden, I see, there we go. Aiden, go ahead and, please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Okay, thank you. My name is Aiden. I'm a fourth-year student at UC Davis from Sacramento, California, and with CalPERG students. And I wanted to speak in support of the 30 by 30 goal overall and encourage a comprehensive plan that promotes carbon neutrality and climate resilience, including protecting our state's special places from unnecessary development we don't need. And growing up, one of my favorite places to go was Lake Tahoe. Lake Tahoe is a fragile, beautiful ecosystem that is already overpopulated due to tourism, and pollution in the area is dramatically affecting water supply, especially in the lake. And we need to preserve Tahoe, limit tourism and industry in the area, and promote education on how tourists can be waste-free and help preserve Lake Tahoe. The lake is also on indigenous lands and as such should be preserved, and natives should be consulted on how restoration and preservation of the land can be done fairly. Carbon neutrality and expanded clean energy will help reduce pollution in Tahoe and help preserve long-term ecosystem health. Preserving the nearby forests of Tahoe is a huge factor in carbon collection and reaching carbon neutrality, and just another reason why it's so important to preserve this area. Thank you. That is all my comments.
Thank you, Aiden, for your comment. And I notice a phone caller with the digits 8800 unmuted. Are you one of the speakers that I called out? Can you please identify yourself? Okay. Caller with the last four digits 8800, are you one of the callers?
Yes.
Speakers that I called?
No, I am not, but you asked me to unmute.
Oh, okay. Apologies. So once we get through our registered speakers, we will open it up if we have time for other comments if you haven't registered. So I'm going to put you back on mute. Okay, thank you. All right. I don't think we have anybody else on this list, so let's move on to our next 5 speakers, please. Okay, I'm going to call your name here. Ivy Munnerlin, Autumn Nelson, Devin O'Day, Leslie Owashi, and Emily Parker. And I see Ivy Munnerlin, your hand is up, so I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself and provide your comment, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ivy Munnerlin, and I'm with the North Coast Environmental Center in Arcata. We greatly appreciate that the Climate and Biodiversity Executive Order and this in-depth workshop explicitly recognize the linkage between climate change and the biodiversity crisis. We also applaud this panel for your acknowledgement that efforts to conserve species can make them more resilient to climate change, and that efforts to mitigate the climate crisis can and must help protect plants and animals as well as their habitat. To that end, we encourage the inclusion of a metric that prioritizes habitats which provide a range of co-benefits related to biodiversity, climate mitigation, and climate adaptation. Here on the North Coast, our coastal habitats fit this triple win model to a T, whether they're estuaries, eelgrass meadows, kelp forests, or tidal wetlands. We hope any efforts to advance 30 by 30 in California protect, restore, or enhance our remaining coastal habitats so that they are able to continue providing their myriad ecosystem services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ivy. for your comment. And I neglected to remind our remaining participants and our panelists that we will be going past our scheduled end time, which is 6 o'clock, until we've taken all of our registered speakers. So with that, I think we have Devin O'Day. Devin, please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and to all the panelists and to everyone who's contributed so far. My name is Devin O'Day. I'm the California chapter coordinator for Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. We're a nonprofit dedicated to wild public lands, waters, and wildlife. And I want to take this opportunity to highlight the importance of funding for CDFW and other state agencies that are working to support wildlife and habitat on lands that are already considered conserved. This year's proposed budget investments in the department are encouraging, and we want to see, this type of funding sustained and increased in the future. Our organization recently completed a number of stewardship projects on public lands aimed at providing wildlife with resilience against this year's drought. And state and federal agencies and local personnel have repeatedly conveyed the message that they do not have the necessary resources to maintain critical infrastructure that will support biodiversity in the region. Our organization and many other conservation groups in the state fundraise and complete work projects that support habitat to bolster ungulates, upland bird species, waterfowl, game fish. But this habitat improvement work will have a net benefit to all fish and wildlife in the region, and will help to maintain biodiverse regions, and will help threatened and endangered species as well. I encourage the CNRA to increase collaboration across state and federal agencies to support habitat improvement projects that will increase biodiversity for all species and help link habitats to facilitate natural migration corridors. We encourage the state to reach out to the hunting and angling community to participate in the 30 by 30 initiative in order to tap in.
Sorry, I just have to remind you your time is up, and we just want to be fair to all speakers.
Absolutely.
So
thanks so much for the opportunity.
And thank you. And please submit the rest of your comment by email if you can.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. All right, one more time, I'm going to call Autumn Nelson, Leslie Owashi, or Emily Parker. Okay, don't see anybody on with their hands raised, so let's move to our next 5 speakers, please. Okay, we have Radha Patel, Heather Podol, Sophia Rafikova, Betsy Reifsneder, Ariana Rickard. Okay, and I see a lot of hands up, so I'm gonna just call Radha Patel. Please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Hi, hello. My name is Radha, and I'm a 4th year at UCLA from Los Angeles, California. I wanted to speak in support of the 30 by 30 goal overall and encourage a comprehensive plan that promotes carbon neutrality and climate resilience, including protecting our state's special places from unnecessary development that we don't need. From mass extinctions to superstorms and melting ice caps, the world is in the midst of interlocking crises of climate change and loss of biodiversity. The world is currently undergoing its 6th extinction event. Animal populations have declined 60% in the last 4 decades, and experts suggest that 1 million species face extinction as humans continue using natural resources at an unsustainable rate. Habitats that lack diversity are less stable in the face of extreme climate events, making them more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, and can be less useful to keep carbon out of the atmosphere, accelerating global warming. Experts around the world have concluded that preserving 30% of lands and the oceans is necessary to prevent the collapse of the environment. As a young person, I care about protecting the plants and animals of our natural environment, preserving our open spaces for Californians to enjoy now and into the future, and ensuring clean air and water for future generations and saving the climate while doing so. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Radha. Just in time. Next up is Heather Podol. Heather, I'm going to ask you to unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Thank you. I'm Heather Podal with the nonprofit organization Fibershed. Efforts to conserve biodiversity must converge systematically with how we produce our food, fiber, and other material goods to be effective at the scale targeted by this executive order. We can look first to the deep history and ongoing practice in California's indigenous tribes for sustaining human needs and culture within land stewardship that conserves and builds biodiversity. In our community, we have seen new markets emerge at a time when global markets have been collapsing. For wool from farms documenting progress toward goals outlined in carbon farm plans, defining clear benefits for ecosystem function, biodiversity, and resilience. We can build an economic model that internalizes and incentivizes biodiversity enhancements, such as pollinator hedgerows, bird habitat, riparian and wetland restoration, reduction and elimination of synthetic chemical inputs, and integrated agroecological systems. Within regionalized, ecologically based, equitable systems of food and fiber production, holistic carbon farm planning offers a lens on the potential of working lands to provide for human needs while mitigating climate change impacts and enhancing biodiversity. Thank you for the presentation and discussion today.
Thank you, Heather, and I apologize for mispronouncing your last name. So we have next Sofia Rafikova. Sophia, please unmute yourself and provide your comment, please.
Hello, my name is Sofia Afikova. I'm the policy coordinator with the Planning Conservation League. We strongly urge the CNRA to consider habitat connectivity when designating criteria for protecting biodiversity. Habitat fragmentation is a major threat to our wildlife as it reduces genetic diversity of populations, reduces accessible habitat, and increases the rate of wildlife vehicle collisions, which can be deadly to both animals and drivers. As many as 7,000 large animal wildlife vehicle collisions happen per year in California as wildlife attempts to cross highways in search of food and territory, and almost 100 mountain lions are killed this way each year. To reduce these impacts on our wildlife, we propose to identify the best locations for wildlife corridors as part of the information gathering for the 30 by 30 plan, and then to set aside and protect these corridors to encourage species migrations and genetic resiliency. However, identifying and conserving wildlife corridors will not be enough to protect biodiversity without a proper funding source to maintain the newly acquired lands. California has not had a new state park established since 2009 due to the lack of funding to cover the California State Parks Department operations and maintenance costs. If the 30 by 30 plan is to succeed, we need to develop a sufficient funding plan that includes funding from federal sources such as the Land and Water Conservation Fund and the Recovering America's Wildlife Act, and would cover the costs of conserving lands, rivers, and oceans with the goal of protecting biodiversity.
Thank you, Sophia, for your comment. Next up, we have Betsy Reifsnyder. Betsy, please unmute yourself and provide your comment, please.
Thank you. Betsy Reifsnyder with the Mono Lake Committee. The Biodiversity Panel has written, partnerships and funded co-management agreements will be essential, and we agree. State and federal designations have brought resources, facilities, and attention to places like the Mono Basin. Mono Lake also benefits from the consistent enforcement by the State Water Board, forcing LA Department of Water and Power to comply with the board's orders to achieve a healthy lake level and fully restore streams. The Mono ecoregion's public lands are managed by the U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, National Park Service, as well as California State Parks. And the ecoregion even supports livestock grazing and other ranching-related agriculture. We remember when California had a budget deficit and state parks lacked the funds to monitor or even minimally protect Mono Lake's unique resources. Nonprofits had to cobble together their own solutions at that time to help protect these unique places, and I hope we won't go back to those dark days. Finally, Mono Lake is home to the Kudzetica tribe, and I hope that they will be invited to join the 3030 process as well. And thank you so much for holding this hearing. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy, for your comment. Next up, we have Ariana Rickard and Emily Parker. I do see you. And I will take you after Ariana.
Thank you. My name is Ariana Rickard. I am the political director with Together Bay Area. And I want to echo what Betsy just said, that we also agree with the panel's recommendation that partnerships and funded co-management agreements are essential to implement consistent and sustainable strategies for biodiversity protection. And Together Bay Area looks forward to working with the state and our regional partners on collaborations to advance 30 by 30. But I wanted to answer question 4, what long-term stewardship practices or strategies are necessary to protect conserved lands and coastal waters for biodiversity? We support the panel's recommendation and thank them for their time and work. Conservation means protecting land from development and actively stewarding it over time. Ultimately, we must significantly increase programs that fund the care of our parks and other conserved lands. Stewardship activities that promote climate mitigation and adaptation include non-native plant removal, large-scale grassland and forest management practices that result in healthy ecosystems. Implementation includes controlled burning, ladder fuel removal, stand thinning, and native plant restoration. We also agree with the panel's recommendation to identify significant biocultural sites through partnership with local communities and California Native American tribes to ensure biodiversity conservation benefits all Californians. We also support restoring cultural burning led by Native Californians to prevent catastrophic wildfires and protect and promote biodiversity in meadows, prairies, and old hardwood groves. We thank you for your leadership and we look forward to partnering with you to achieve the 30 by 30 goal.
Thank you, Ariana. I'm gonna call Emily Parker here and ask.
I was still fast, but.
Oh, there we go. Emily, go ahead and provide your comment.
Hi there. Thank you so much for coming back to me. My name is Emily Parker, and I'm the coastal and marine scientist with Heal the Bay. We're a nonprofit organization based on the traditional lands of the Tongva and Chumash people. And we have 35 years of experience dedicated to keeping the waters and watersheds of Los Angeles healthy, safe, and clean. In my role, I represent local marine protected areas, and I run a community science program monitoring the human uses of these protected areas. And I have firsthand experience of just how essential these areas are to advancing biodiversity through conservation. I'd like to respond to some of the questions that are posed for this webinar. And speaking for the ocean, there are certain habitats that are truly essential in contributing to climate change mitigation and biodiversity protection, such as kelp forests and seagrass beds. These areas are needed for protection, not just to reduce stressors of resource extraction like drilling or overfishing, but also to provide much needed buffers to mitigate climate change induced impacts like loss of oxygen, increased ocean acidity, shifting fish populations, and sea level rise. When looking specifically at criteria and metrics to prioritize, I strongly recommend reflecting on the Marine Life Protection Act process, both the successes and pitfalls, and ensuring that tribal representatives are at the forefront of identifying areas that are needed for conservation. In my experience, necessary long-term stewardship practices include NPA monitoring and rigorous scientific study, strong awareness and educational campaigns that center environmental justice communities, and just enforcement strategies. Thank you for your time today and looking forward to participating in the 30 by 30 process.
Thank you, Emily, for your comment. I'm going to ask for the list of our next 5 speakers, please. Okay, so we have Nanetson Rodriguez, Sylvia Romero, and I believe Clara Hernandez also registered, but we somehow missed you, Clara. So please raise your hand if you hear your name. Taylor Roshan, Wendy Sue Rosen, Bettina Rose Marino. So we have Nanetson Rodriguez, Sylvia Romero, Clara Hernandez, Taylor Roshan, Wendy Sue Rosen, and Bettina Rose Marino. Do we have anyone on this list here?
Cece, Cindy Barrows is going to do the interpretation for Sylvia Romero and Clara Herrera. I believe they're both here.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you, Cindy. I just unmuted you.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay. And do we have Clara?
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Silvia Romero. Vivo en Coachella y soy una voluntaria con COFEN. La biodiversidad es un tema muy importante porque hay gente que tiene pensamientos erróneos acerca del desierto, ya que piensan que los desiertos solo son parcelas de tierra sin vida silvestre. En el Valle de Coachella tenemos varias especies de plantas y animales, algunas de las cuales están en peligro de extinción y que no se encuentran en ninguna otra parte de la tierra. Este fin de semana visité a Whitewater por primera vez con mi hija y su amiga. Fue un día muy feliz, ya que juntas pudimos disfrutar de los beneficios mentales y físicos que ofrece la naturaleza al explorando un hábitat diferente al cual vivimos, pero sin viajar muy lejos de la casa. Es mi esperanza que otras familias como la mía tengan también la oportunidad de tener este tipo de experiencias, por las cuales pido que incluyan los desiertos en la campaña del 30 por 30 para cuidar de la biodiversidad de nuestros desiertos y todos los desiertos de California, los cuales ayudan con el cambio climático, para que los desiertos tienen la capacidad de absorber el carbono. Gracias por su tiempo y por proporcionar traducciones en español para esta junta. Como padres de familia como yo puedan participar. Muchas gracias.
Cindy, are you providing interpretation?
No, I thought that was something that you guys were going to do. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is the interpreter. Anna,
Okay.
please. I'll try to interpret everything that Sylvia said. My name is Sylvia Romero, and I am a member of the Coachella community. The biodiversity is very important, and for especially in the deserts of California. It is a bad idea. Many people have a bad idea about deserts. They have a negative connotation, but they need to realize that in Coachella, plants and animals are in danger, and
Looks like we lost our interpreter.
So this is Victor Hernandez. I'm going to pick up from where my colleague left off. I apologize for that.
Victor, can you hear me? I don't know where they lost me.
It's okay, and I'm going to finish up.
Okay, thank you.
So deserts also have, wildlife, and it's important and critical to take that into account. This week I visited with my daughter for the first time, which was Whitewater, and we all together experienced all of the benefits from nature, and exploring a habitat without going too far away from home. So I hope that other families have a similar experience, and I ask you all to please include deserts in this 30 by 30 initiative of biodiversity conservation, and all deserts in California for that matter. So deserts have the capacity to absorb all of this carbon. Thank you very much. And thank you for providing interpretation in Spanish for us, like people like myself, so that way we can participate in these events. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Clara and Victor and Anna and Cindy. I apologize for the miscommunication. And I think we also have Sylvia Romero with you, correct?
Correct. And
Okay.
if needed, I can provide translation for her. But
Okay.
I'll let her provide her comment in Spanish. Thank you.
Great. Go ahead, Sylvia.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Clara Herrera, vivo en el Valle de Coachella y soy voluntaria en COFE. Para mí es muy importante cuidar nuestro medio ambiente para el beneficio de nuestros hijos, futuras generaciones y la misma tierra, para así poder tener las oportunidades de conocer más lugares, ya que en nuestro desierto hay una gran variedad de plantas y animales. Para mí, proteger el desierto es la mejor manera de cuidar la biodiversidad de nuestro desierto. Este fin de semana tuve la oportunidad de explorar Whitewater, que es parte del Monumento Nacional Sand to Snow, donde la presencia del río ofrece un hábitat para plantas y animales, lo cual nuestros hijos disfrutaron mucho. Por eso es importante que se incluya los desiertos en la campaña del 30 por 30 para cuidar de la biodiversidad de nuestro desierto y ayudar con el cambio climático, ya que los desiertos tienen la capacidad de absorber el carbono. Gracias por su tiempo y por proporcionar traducciones en español para esta junta, para que padres de familia como yo podamos participar más. Muchas gracias. Mucha suerte en este 30 por 30.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Clara. I live in Coachella and I am a volunteer with COFEM. For me, it is very important to take care of our environment as it benefits our children and future generations and Earth itself. For me, it's very important to have the opportunities to get to explore other areas because our desert has a grand variety of plants and animals. And also for me, it is important that our desert is protected, as it is the best way to protect the biodiversity of our desert itself. This weekend, I had the opportunity to explore Whitewater, which is also part of the Sand to Snow National Monument, where the presence of the river offers a unique habitat for the plants and animals that live there. And it's something that our children also enjoyed a lot. I ask that you please include the deserts in the 30 by 30 campaign so that together we could all care for the biodiversity of our deserts and help the climate change, as our deserts have the capacity to absorb carbon. Thank you for your time, and thank you for providing Spanish translations for this meeting so that parents such as myself could participate. Thank you for your time and best of luck in the 30 by 30 efforts.
Thank you very much, Clara and Cindy, for your comment, and Sylvia as well. And it's our pleasure to provide interpretation. So we have 3 more names on the list. I'm going to call it one more time since it's been a while, and then we're going to move on. We have Taylor Roshan, Wendy Sue Rosen, Bettina Rose Marino, and I'm sorry, I miss Nanetson Rodriguez. Okay, seeing no hands on this list, we're going to move to our next list of speakers. Okay, we have Andre Sanchez, Jennifer Schocker, Charles Schaefer, Carrie Schloss, and Melanie Schlotterbeck. Okay, I see Carrie Schloss in. With your hands raised, please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Hi, this is Carrie Schloss. I'm a senior scientist with the Nature Conservancy. Thank you for the panel's thoughtful recommendations today. I was glad to see the recommendation to use metrics that capture biodiversity across multiple scales, and also in calling out the importance of using richness, rarity, endemism, and cultural keystone species in planning. I would encourage the state to additionally focus on representation and complementarity in planning for 30 by 30 to ensure that protected land in California captures the full diversity of species and habitats. One way to ensure representation is to make sure that 30% refers not just to land area, but to representation of all major habitats at least 30% within protected lands. Even then, 30% protection of habitats that have already experienced so much loss will be insufficient. Restoration, especially within the historic extent of these important habitats, in addition to protecting what remains, would be needed for meaningful conservation. I therefore encourage the state to ensure that 30 by 30 conservation action be designed to be complementary to what is already protected and to restore historically lost habitats. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie, for your comment. Going to call names on our list here one more time, and then I'm going to move on to our next list of speakers. Andre Sanchez, Jennifer Schocker, Charles Schaefer, and Melanie Schlotterbeck. Okay, seeing no hands raised, please pull up our next list of speakers. Okay. Okay, Charlie Schneider, Steve Schoenig, John Shelton, Christy Scher, and Dan Silver. And Dan, thank you so much for being patient while we get through our lists. I just asked you to unmute. Please provide your comment.
Good afternoon. I'm Dan Silver, Endangered Habitats League in Los Angeles. I'd like to reiterate a couple comments from people who noted that there are existing biodiversity programs in the state that are ready to go. They are being implemented, but they need help. And one of the most effective things 3030 could do would be help these programs get completed with the state funding that is obligated to them. These include natural community conservation plans, as well as the newer regional conservation investment strategies. So these should be really top priorities for completing these ongoing, very sophisticated and effective biodiversity efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan, for your comment. I see Steve Schoenig next. Please provide your comment, Steve. Steve, are you able to unmute yourself?
Okay, I'm trying again. Did it work?
There we go.
Okay.
We can hear you now.
Steve Schoenig. I'm representing the California Invasive Plant Council, and I point out that I'm a retired senior scientist from Department of Food and Agriculture and a retired branch chief from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And as a part of 3030 and looking at protecting biodiversity, which I think is addresses question 4, I want to talk about a specific stewardship issue, and that is that California needs to revive and enhance funded and coordinated programs for early detection and rapid response for aquatic and terrestrial harmful invasive plants, known as weeds. And California Department of Food and Agriculture and the county ag departments led such programs, highly coordinated, for about 90 years, but funding cuts in 2011 curtailed their actions greatly. There's many entrenched, really common invasive plants that are currently controlled through landowner actions and existing funding programs, but we're talking about more highly coordinated programs to stop the spread of new invasive weeds to actively protect biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Steve, for your comment. I'm going to call our names on this list one more time. Charlie Schneider, John Shelton, and Christy Scher. If you are still here, please raise your hand and we can have you provide your comment. Okay, I don't see any hands, and I understand we missed somebody, a speaker, Lynn Plambeck. Lynn, are you still here? And if you are, we can take you now if you want to raise your hand. Trying to search for you. Okay, there you are. Go ahead, Lynn, and unmute and provide your comment. We're having a bit of technical difficulties today. Lynn, are you able to unmute? Let's see, our tech team, is there someone who can help me? I'm trying to ask Lynn to unmute, but it's not working at the moment. Yes, to unmute, please. I'm asking her to unmute, but she's not, it's not working. So I wonder if someone else can help here.
She'll need to press *6 if she's on the phone.
No, she's in the webinar, but my ask to unmute button isn't working. So I'm asking tech support to see if someone else can ask her to unmute. Okay, Lynn, we're going to try to come back to you. We're going to try to troubleshoot the technical issue here and come back to you. Okay, so let's move on to our next list of speakers. Okay, we have Matthew Simmons, Jen Simmons, Edward Smith, Mark Smith, and Lester Bucky Squire. Are you still here? Okay. Matthew Simmons, Jen Simmons, Edward Smith, Mark Smith, Lester Bucky Squire. Okay. Lynn, are you still not able to unmute? Okay. Next list, please, and then we'll still try to help Lynn. Okay, we have Eliane Stefanik, Diana Suarez, Karen Swaim, Robbie Swope, and Ellen Taylor. Okay, we have Eliane Stefanik. Eliane, go ahead and unmute yourself and provide your comment, please.
Great, thank you. And thank you for saying my name correctly. My name is Eliane Stefanik. I'm with the Conservation Lands Foundation. I first want to thank California Natural Resources Agency and the state of California, and especially the panelists for your efforts to protect biodiversity and to help our state mitigate the worst impacts of climate change. In response to question 4 about long-term stewardship practices and strategies, I want to note that federally managed lands make up 44% of California, providing much of our state's biodiversity, cultural resources, open space, opportunities for recreation, carbon sequestration, and other natural climate solutions. These include places like the California Desert and Bureau of Land Management lands in the Eastern Sierras. But these landscapes are under threat from chronic underfunding, mismanagement, resource extraction, drought, habitat fragmentation, and unmanaged recreational impacts. The state of California cannot achieve its 30 by 30 goals unless specific protections for federal public lands are dramatically improved. This can include, for example, support of administratively protected areas through resource management planning, funding for acquisitions, management and stewardship of lands, and consultation with tribes to incorporate indigenous ethnobotanical practices in stewardship. In addition, as mentioned in the equity workshop, I encourage the state to make sure that equity is woven into all of its 30 by 30 goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Elian, for your comment. Ellen Taylor, please unmute and provide your comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
I'm Ellen Taylor. I'm the chairperson for the Lost Coast League, which is an organization of almost 50 years old that concerns itself with the public trust in Northern California. I want to address, identify and prioritize currently unprotected areas that overlap essential habitats for at-risk species. 47% of California is private lands, and much of this is timber production lands. Commercial logging for private gain is not compatible with conservation or habitat protection. These are working forests, but working forests, they really are doing enough in sequestering carbon and protecting wildlife. I want to identify a prototypical refugia, which is the Rainbow Ridge area, which is a corridor all the way over to the Redwoods and goes to the sea. It's protected by fog, and it's cool now in this vital time when climate catastrophe is imminent. It's a refuge for many species. It has species such as the northern spotted owl, the fisher, marbled murrelet, and salmon. It's the headwaters of two of the most important salmon streams. And in the context of the diminution of the Klamath and Sacramento runs of salmon, it's vitally important to the survival of the salmon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen, for your comment. And Lynn, I'm going to circle back with you. We understand you have called in and are using the phone. If you could dial *6 and unmute yourself, you can provide your comment. That's *6 on your phone. Okay, still having technical difficulties. Let's take our next list of 5 speakers, please.
Wow, there's a Joan Taylor.
Yes. Oh, Ellen, you're still there. Okay. Yes, I'm going to call Joan Taylor, Craig Thomas, Hannah Tukalski, Lorraine Turk, Robert Jan Roy Van de Hoek. Okay. We have Craig Thomas here. Craig, please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Thanks. Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity. We appreciate this effort.
And Craig, your volume is quite low. I wonder if you could speak closer to your microphone or turn on your volume, please.
I'll see if I can turn it up here. How about now? Is it clearer?
It's clearer, yes.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for the opportunity. Very supportive of the program, and so I'm the director of a small nonprofit, the Fire Restoration Group. So a couple of things about that is, many people know California and its Mediterranean climate is one of the most naturally fire-prone landscapes on Earth, one of 5 or 6. And what I failed to see in the Biodiversity Initiative in the executive order was a real clear, specific call out to fire's role in maintaining and enhancing biodiversity in California. There is a very tight relationship between precipitation and fire in terms of California's vegetation. So that needs to be brought out more explicitly. Science-based fire regimes need to be factored in to the ecological process of whatever decisions get made about what piece of the California landscape is going to be part of the 30 by 30 allocation. Because we've been talking a lot about structure, we haven't been talking about process that maintains the things that we care about. So it's really important to do. We need a transparent ecological accounting of what those values are across the state, and a cultural accounting, so that we know where the biodiversity is the richest and the places to put our energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Craig, for your comment. And we're going to go to Robert Jan Roy van de Hoek. Then Lynn will check back with you again. Robert, can you unmute yourself and provide your comment?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Roy. Full name is Robert Jan van de Hoek. I'm an environmental scientist and educator. More than 40 years in the federal government, state and county, land use mapper, a wildlife biologist, environmental educator, and civil servant for a long time. First, a shout out to our indigenous peoples whose lands we have occupied. Here I'm calling from Los Angeles, the Tongva, Chumash, and Tatavian peoples. And that brings me to the spirit of the coyote. And being a wildlife animal, I think we need to bring poetry and music and song and dance of the coyote and with other animals into our consideration of this in terms of doing education and considering that part of recreation in a sense. I'm also did some notes here, and I'm the 135th speaker on the list. And my statistics show that we came out to more than 2/3 women speakers and 1/3 men. Yes, and I'm a white man, and white men represent about 10% of the state population in California. And I think that I saw a nice heading of the panel of Lori, Mary, and Rachel, 3 women and 2 white men there. I would like to see us move towards having all women in this and take the feminist point of view, the eco-feminist, non-Western philosophy, really involved in ethics and understanding to have no hunting. And we have grasslands on the coast that need to be considered equally to wetlands and at the Bayona wetlands, for example. Thank you for the additional time.
Okay, thank you, Roy, for providing statistics for us. We really appreciate that. Okay, Lynn, we're going to come back to you. *6 on your hand, your receiver, and you can unmute yourself to speak. Is it still not working for you? Really apologize for that, but okay. We're going to try to keep coming back to you. We're going to go to our next 5 speakers, please. And we're nearing the end here of our speaker list. We have Michael Vasey, Sarah Wan, Kent Wegener, Terry Weiner, Stuart Weiss. And I see Michael Vasey. Michael, please unmute yourself and provide your comment, please.
So thank you for this opportunity, and you've done a fabulous job, Ms. Vu, I must say. I received my PhD from UC Santa Cruz, taught, practiced at San Francisco State since 1990. I focus on evolutionary ecology, study of long-term evolutionary processes that drive patterns that we observe in nature. My focus has been on native plants, and I believe that biodiversity is largely shaped by flowering plant diversity. Plant assemblages define the habitats and communities in which at least terrestrial biodiversity plays out over time. I urge you to support the important plant area approach to identifying areas that should be the focus of conservation actions and funding. The CNPS is leading a state-of-the-art GIS mapping approach to IPA conservation. It casts a wide net to capture observations and experience from many who spend much of their life focused on wild California. IPA metrics include species level, plant community, and cultural factors in their algorithm. By mapping and refining IPAs, this should make an essential contribution to the 30 by 30 biodiversity initiative. And in my remaining time, I want to just thank you for your inspiring efforts, above and beyond, in my opinion, and sincerely appreciate this chance to provide input into this very important process. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. Okay, we're going to go next to Sarah Wan. And Sarah, I know that you're asking about the unmute button. If you look at the bottom of your screen, your Zoom screen on the left, there is a microphone, and you can unclick that, and you can unmute yourself and provide your comment. And Hannah, we'll get to you. I'm sorry I missed you in the last round. Oh, here we go, Sarah. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead and provide your comment, please.
Sarah Wan, Western Alliance for Nature. The National Marine Sanctuary around the Farallones is the largest seabird breeding colony in the lower 48 states, hosting one of the largest concentrations of marine mammals in North America, and is now the target of a controversial proposal by U.S. Fish and Wildlife to use helicopters to scatter 1.5 tons of toxic second-generation rodenticide brotificone. This compound has an insidious propensity to work its way through seabird colonies and create unnecessary havoc and incidental bykill of non-target species. This is not conserving biodiversity. Damage to birds and other species is causing a number of U.S. cities, states, and Canadian localities to ban or strictly regulate the use of these compounds. The service asserts not one single poison pellet will fall into sanctuary waters. This species claim ignores wind, waters, rain, waves, and gravity, and the fact that other locations have experienced poison pellets falling into the intertidal zone, as Wake Islands, where rodenticide was found in fish years after its distribution. If one of the most significant marine protected areas cannot be protected from those who profit financially from the use of one of the world's most pervasive ecosystem poisons, then perhaps those of you dealing with biodiversity need to create new levels of regulatory protection that can prevent this kind of abuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for your comment. And Lynn, it looks like you are able to unmute. Can you speak? Unfortunately, we cannot hear you. Okay, we're gonna keep trying to help you out here, our tech support team. In the meantime, we're gonna take Hannah Tokalski. We missed you in the last round. Please unmute, yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you so much. I just wanted to hit a couple points, mostly to echo what people have said so far. I think we need to pay a lot of attention to how we can work across silos. Biodiversity by way of the species we all know and love is really only possible because of soil and because of water. And I think a lot of the lands that we need to protect and restore wildlife and or flora habitat really need to be regenerated. I think another young lady talked about that. So anything that we can do to bring back ruminants, natural predators to the land, and really get our soils back in working order will do great wonders, not only for biodiversity, but just our rainfall and our ability to weather the extreme heat we're experiencing. So I think anything we can do, again, to work across, working lands, conserved or sort of untouched lands, as it were, we need to have new ideas of how to bridge this. Only other thing I'd say is we need to deal with this almond situation with the water. Our doubt is kind of our drought's in the eye of the beholder. I was driving up to Yosemite last weekend and just could not believe how many more almond orchards there were and how desertified Yosemite was. It was pretty stark. So we need to figure that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah, for your comment. And Lynn, I'm going to, now that I know your phone number, oh, I've just lost you here. There we go.
Oh,
Lynn,
heavens, can you hear me?
There we
yes.
go. Okay.
Yes, I think the whole problem was they weren't unmuting the phone line. Oh my gosh, I've never had so much trouble.
Apologies.
But, because usually I use my computer. Well, I just wanted to quickly say that I think the important metric is wildlife corridors, and especially the under and overpasses that are existing on freeways already. if land can be purchased near existing under an overpasses to ensure connectivity, or land can be preserved in those areas, then connectivity will happen. But, we have this wonderful overpass for mountain lions that was $87 million. Of course, we can't have a lot of those, but we've lost in my area in Santa Clarita several mountain lions on the freeway. So if land can be conserved on each side, and that is a priority, I think it would be very helpful, because the connectivity could be conserved with much less money than trying to build overpasses that cost hundreds of millions of dollars. And I'm representing Santa Clarita Organization for Planning and the Environment, and I'm also on the Sierra Club Urban Wildlands Wildfire Interface Committee in the Angeles chapter. So please use that as use the connectivity under freeways that already exists as a metric for choosing areas to preserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn, and I'm glad we finally got your comment in there. And I just want to do a time check. We're approaching 7 o'clock, and we are also approaching the end of our registered speaker list. So we are at this point most likely going to take the remainder of our registered speakers and end at 7 or beyond once we get all of our speakers. So next list, please, of speakers. Okay, we have Andy Wellspring, Andrea Williams, Nancy Williams, Tom Williams, and Melanie Winter. And I see Andrea Williams. I'm going to ask you to unmute. Andrea, please speak your comment.
Hi, this is Andrea Williams. I'm the Director of Biodiversity Initiatives for the California Native Plant Society, and very much appreciate the panel's recommendations and the opportunity to speak today. I want to first recognize that plants are fundamental to diverse landscapes and that appropriate management is essential to maintaining diversity. But we can't manage what we don't know, and we can't know if our management is effective unless we're monitoring. California needs a survey of biodiversity to fill existing data gaps, involving local communities in the collection of on-the-ground information, combining tools such as iNaturalist with specimen collection, and efforts such as the San Diego Plant Atlas led by the San Diego Natural History Museum, or the botanical bioblitzes of Mount Tamalpais that happened with the California Academy of Sciences are good examples of this. Indicators of biodiversity should be monitored at a regional and collaborative scale, as is being done in Marin and Orange County, so that we know if our management is having these desired effects. Plant taxonomy programs, herbaria, and seed banks need to be supported to build a restoration workforce and a restoration economy in a way that prioritizes equity and indigenous data sovereignty. And promoting locally native species in landscaping and restoration should include adding data on native species supported when choosing street trees and in other programs such as turf rebates. This is information in work that CNPS has and is doing. People have been and continue to be essential to the promotion of maintenance of biodiversity, and the choices that we make will be key to biodiversity, which is key to our own health and well-being. Thanks.
Thank you, Andrea, for your comment. We go next to Melanie Winter. Melanie, please unmute yourself and provide your comment.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. With respect to connectivity, in Los Angeles, where we're blessed to be surrounded by, as the panelists mentioned, the San Diego Mountains and the Santa Monica Mountains, what we lack is the connectivity. And what we had in the past were our waterways, our network of waterways that provided that critical connectivity to many of the species, the local species in particular that have been mentioned as threatened and endangered here locally. They need living healthy waterways to thrive. We made a political decision in the last century to remove our waterways and channelize them. That infrastructure is now at the end of its useful life, does not provide flood protection, and is a decision is going to have to be made whether to double down on concrete that throws local water away, or to reclaim our living waterways, which can provide tremendous carbon sequestration, significant biodiversity, and linkages for habitat. And I want that considered it on the table. I know it's off the table now. We just ignore those erased waterways, but decisions will be made in the near term, whether it's pre-disaster or post-disaster, about changes. And those changes should include biodiversity and connectivity for habitat.
Thank you, Melanie, for your comment. And I think we can go to the next list of our speakers, please. We have 3 speakers left. We have Christopher Wright, Sam Young, and David Yao. And it looks like, oh, we have someone with the phone number ending in 8800. Can you please unmute yourself and let us know if you are one of the 3 speakers I just named?
Hi, can you hear
Hi.
me?
Yes.
Hi, great, yeah, I'm 8800. My name is Nancy Okada. I am with Sustainable Lost Valley, and I'll take this opportunity in the next few seconds to give you my statement. I want to thank you. We want to thank you, and we strongly support 30 by 30. You know, biodiversity offers many opportunities to heal our planet, and we are concerned about the continued use of poisons. You know, education is needed, especially about non-toxic alternatives. So we strongly oppose the proposed poison drop on the Farallon Islands and on any other coastal islands. We want to say that the exponential killing power of poison must be stopped to help nature regain its balance. And thank you for all your hard work, and best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. And do we have Christopher Wright, Sam Young, or David Yao still with us? Okay. So I think what we're going to do, I think I mentioned that we will have a hard stop at 7 o'clock, and I see that we have some hands up, but I think you've also had an opportunity to speak. So I'm going to take this opportunity to thank everyone
You
here.
see Sam Young is here? Sam Young said he's here.
I don't see.
He said it in the chat. I'm not sure.
Oh, apologies, Sam. I missed you. Are you one of the phone numbers, Sam? Or
And
Andrea?
Williams too.
Are you with
It looks
Andrea?
like Sam is, yeah, Andrea Williams.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm gonna unmute you, Andrea.
All right, we must.
Okay, there we go.
All right, Andrea and I must be logged into the same login.
Okay.
All right, my name is Sam Young. I'm the Important Plant Areas Program Manager for the California Native Plant Society. 30 by 30, from what it seems to me at its core, is an effort to preserve California's globally significant biodiversity, which is primarily driven by our unique flora, almost 30% of which is found nowhere else in the world. This process to date seems to have been a little bit backwards in seeking the input of details of implementation and metrics and criteria without first explicitly identifying goals for conservation of habitats, preservation of our unique biodiversity, or even what the working definitions of conservation and preservation are, or even what counts as being conserved. I think this is being discussed next week on August 10th. But just for the purposes of the discussion that I'm going to give, conservation at its core is the sustainable management of resources so that they are available for future generations. This is context dependent and may include preservation in place and as well as management of natural lands. We've heard a lot of solutions today, and I hope that the panelists are taking that into account because there's a lot of repetitive items, including looking at existing biodiversity metrics as useful tools the state can utilize, having already identified the key areas for biodiversity conservation. Acres alone is insufficient, and these metrics in areas that have already been identified are extremely important to consider in the 30 by 30 effort, and thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you, Sam, for your comment. And I know we have a speaker who has not registered, but we encourage you to submit your comment by email or online. You know, our presenters and panelists have been waiting patiently. So what we're going to do is end the meeting here. Encourage all other comments to be submitted online or via email. We want to thank you all for your participation today. And my lighting is starting to get strange, so I think it is time to end the meeting. We have a meeting summary that will be prepared that will include all of your input that you've provided today. It will be posted on the project website and shared with you all. You will also be receiving a post-meeting survey. So please provide your feedback on the workshop and how it was conducted and any improvements we can make. Just a quick reminder, we have 2 more topical advisory panel workshops, one on August 10th on conservation of lands, and one on August 17th on conservation of coastal waters. We look forward to your participation then. Please pre-register if you'd like to speak. And again, thanks for your participation tonight. I'm going to turn it over now to Mark and Jen for any final comments.
Thank you so much, Cece, and thank you to the panelists that stayed and to all the participants who took the time to give us your thoughts. I'm just always amazed at the expertise and knowledge and passion of the people of California. I'm always inspired by these workshops, and tonight was no exception. So thank you all for your really great insights and comments, just really helpful. As we said earlier, we're working toward getting a draft document out in the fall, and we look forward to your feedback on that. And I want to thank the interpreters for their time tonight as well. I'm going to see if Mark Gold can get off mute. I know he had to get into a car in the last half hour. We went a little long. Mark, can you speak?
He can press *9 to raise his hand, and then we can unmute him.
He might be driving. It might be very difficult. I don't want him to have an accident. I know that he says the same. He sent me a chat about an hour ago just saying this is amazing and great. So I just want to pass that along on his behalf, and thank you all again for being here, and we'll see you in a couple weeks to talk about conservation of lands. So thanks everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you, Jen. Meeting adjourned, everyone.